Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. Nice to see you all here. Sorry for being late as always, but eating took me a moment longer than I anticipated. But now we are here, and probably some of you are kind of aware that a new Tolkien-related book just came out today, 10th of November 2022, by Brian Sibley, and he's of course a famous Tolkien scholar, and the book is called The Fall of Númenor. It has also an extended title, if that makes sense, which is The Fall of Númenor and Other Tales from the Second Age of Middle-earth, which is a kind of a long title, but even on the book we only read The Fall of Númenor. And it's not, as the title suggests, exclusively about the big event of the Fall of Númenor, but it is actually about the big event or the big events of the Second Age, or it's kind of a compendium of the Second Age, and it's relatively interestingly structured. But yeah, before we go into the book and see what we find there and what we get there, we of course want to say hello to all the people here in chat in this live stream and look into what the book has to offer. I already saw the Brothers of Crinus here, aka Canadian Fantasy Corner. Welcome, nice to see you. And Priscilla was here. She said she's very tired and almost asleep, so I'm glad that she still made it here. Honeybun Empress also. And yeah, it's pretty awesome. Aris Aurelian is here, and I don't know, all kinds of people. Snow Warning, also welcome. Joe, Otaku Senpai, Arnaud Anthony, and Clocksword Nosliv 837. I know their name, but I'm not sure how it's pronounced. However, yeah, I hope I welcomed everybody here in chat. And very interesting. Do we have the book already? I have not as a physical book, only as the digital book. So we have to work with the digital form already. A bunch of questions. We can maybe go through them right here at the start to give you because it's good questions for what's with the book, what's in it, etc. We go through this and then we look into some details of the book. Oh, hello from Holland here. So yeah, welcome. Nice to see you. Always nice to see the neighbors here in chat as well. And yeah, so I have the book. I have to admit, I had not that much time today to look into it, but I looked a little bit into it already, and maybe we can take the time together here today to look into some further details. Though, and that was one question that was asked by, I think by Anthony? No, by something else. Who asked this? Let me just scroll up the chat. Yeah, Arnold Anthony said, hi, I'm very curious if the book has any new content not already in other books. To my knowledge, it has not new content, no new texts. It's basically a compendium of all the other books, and it's purely focusing on the Second Age. So if you ever wanted to have all the Second Age information in one place, that is now the book to go. And that is pretty practical in a way. It's very efficient. If you do, for example, some research, you now can go through the book and see how it works. We look into that. So if you are looking for new text, it's most likely that the book that came out in last September, right? Yeah, a year ago, roundabout, a bit over a year, The Nature of Middle-earth. That is probably the last big history of Middle-earth book that we will get. I think Hofstadter, who was the composer of Nature of Middle-earth, said in an interview with, I think, Nerd of the Rings or with Voice of Geekdom, I'm not sure, but check out those interviews, especially that of Dan. He asked some interesting questions, I have to admit. Pretty awesome. He said there that there's not that much, there are a few things still left that are unpublished from the amounts of texts and notes and so on that Tolkien wrote, but it's not enough potentially to compose a new book out of it. So Nature of Middle-earth might be the last one. I'm reading while listening. Yeah, awesome. You can maybe hint me at a few things that you found interesting, Brothers of Kryn. That would be awesome. So yeah, there was another question that maybe ties to this here. This music makes me go into the quest or something. I can see why. Is it lore accurate? That's a very good question, and it's very difficult to answer. I mean, it uses, as you can see here in the title thing, the book definitely uses, like it's a classical format. It says it is by John Ronald Reuel Tolkien, and then edited in smaller letters by Brian Sibley. So the texts that are mostly there published in this book were written by John Ronald Reuel Tolkien, who is obviously dead since 1973, unfortunately, and usually the people that compose those books together are called the editors, and they edit the text together. Sometimes they, for example, make the names consistent throughout different texts. When this, like in some cases, a classical example would be the name Finrod, for example. Like Finarfin, the father of Galadriel, was an earlier text called Finrod, and I think Inglorion was the name of the actual Finrod we know. Felagund was always the name Tolkien used for him. So in some of these compositions, not in all, depends on the context. Sometimes, for example, an editor changes the name so it's consistent and makes sense from what we know today or the time the book was released perspective. So just that you can understand. Then also there are some comments in it, and yeah. So we come to that in a moment, but there are also some insights, comments, and additions, a lot of notes and so on in these books, and also some artworks by Alan Lee. So as you can see at the bottom of the book, it says with illustrations by Alan Lee, and yeah, that's pretty awesome in of itself. To be honest, like I would love to use Alan Lee artworks. I can't show you the artworks though, because sometimes Alan Lee doesn't have the rights, the publishing rights for them anymore, and as a result, I can't use the artworks. Even if he would grant me permission, it's more complicated when it comes to a rights situation. Just so people know. Hi, I was watching Nerd of the Rings interview with the editor. That is good, so you can give us some insights on what he said, because I had sadly not the time to watch the interview yet. So it is muted, but I paused so I can watch it live. Oh, that's very nice of you. Of course, this video will also be available as a VOD. I think I might do something unusual for the sake of this channel, kind of. Maybe I do a short my first impression section in a moment, then I maybe pretend to end the video, then I make it like a kind of a review video or whatever, or first impressions video for the channel, and the VOD will be live as well. I'm not sure how I will deal with it, but just that you know what's going on structure-wise. Further on, !FON, I hope it works, Fall of Númenor. It should bring up the bot, and he should post the link, because I found at least there was one German site, a bookstore site, that had a Leseprobe is a German word. I think it is extract or reading extract of the book. And there, if you click on it, you can actually read a bit and see how the book is, for example, a bit structured and so on. Get a few pages of the book already to read. It's not the complete book, of course, but just want to hint that there is a way to look a bit deeper into the book and get a few chapters. So in case people are interested in looking, have not decided if they want this book or not. So that is cool. Exactly. Snow Warning brings it on the point. This new book is basically combining some of Tolkien's texts in a way that you get a Second Age timeline consistent with Lord of the Rings and the published Silmarillion. And that is a very important detail that we might discuss later in this stream, because it's always a bit complicated to explain. Like, you could ask, why do we need a book like this? And the question is kind of interesting because, or it might be surprising for people, for example, new to all the Tolkien stuff, that Tolkien only in his lifetime published very few works he wrote. And as a result, a lot of stuff Tolkien wrote is not published during his lifetime, and it was just in work in progress, and it were notes and so on. And with work in progress material, it's often like that it is not fully fitting, and sometimes Tolkien had different ideas and wanted to change things, but he simply had not the time or the lifetime left to make all these changes happen. A very classic example is that you, for example, in the Lord of the Rings and the Silmarillion, you find the idea that orcs, the origin story of the orcs is that they were basically a mockery of the elves, and Morgoth, the first Dark Lord, took some of the elves and transformed them, corrupted them, twisted them into the hideous species of the orcs, and that is how they came to be, because Morgoth can't create life from scratch. He has to use something that already exists and transform it, because he simply has not the power, like this power only has God, and he is just kind of an angel of God, even though a twisted and fallen one in a weird way, but there's that. However, in the Lord of the Rings, we have, for example, maybe I can... do I have Lord of the Rings up here? No, so I have to probably bring it up. Where do we have it? In the Treebeard section of the Lord of the Rings, we can, for example, read. It's a very interesting little detail. I mean, you could also come up with all kinds of interpretations of that, but let me see. I hope I find it fast enough. It's not that easy to find. Yeah, so he talks about trolls and Treebeard. Treebeard is an Ent, and he says, but trolls are only counterfeits made by the enemy in the great darkness, in mockery of Ents. And then he adds, as orcs were of elves. So if you mock the elves, it makes, of course, sense that he uses the elves to create those orcs, if that makes sense. So here is at least distantly hinted. You can interpret this, of course, differently. And the Silmarillion then also goes, for example, with this detail. We have discussed this a lot. Yet it is held true by the wise of Erisea, and so on and so forth. And thus did Melkor breed the hideous race of the orcs in envy and mockery of the elves, of whom they were afterwards the bitterest foes. However, in Tolkien's later writing from, let's say, 1959, 1960, 61, around this, let's say around 1960, Tolkien, even probably before, was not happy with the idea that orcs come from elves, and he changed it to orcs come from men. But this requires some additions and changes. For example, men have to awake earlier. And that is a very very important detail in this context. Men have then to awake, I don't know, a couple of thousand years to a lot of thousand years earlier than they have in the Silmarillion version of the awakening of men we know, where they awake with the first sunrise, and so on and so forth. And there are abandoned versions, and it's a really complex topic in this regard. Also, Tolkien writes then in another text, I think also from 59, 58, roundabout, that orcs don't live that long. But we have, for example, the orc of Bolg, the son of Arzok, and he is, if you calculate, like, Bolg is alive during the events of the Hobbit, and he was also alive during the events of the War of Azanul-Bizar, the war between elves and orcs in front of the East Gate of Moria. And we know this, for example, from the Hobbit films. Could maybe do some production here and show you the screenshot. But as you can imagine, finding those is always a bit difficult. Probably really don't find it fast. But yeah, and if you calculate the dates, you notice that Bolg must be at over 142 years old, because the Hobbit plays 142 years after this battle, and if Bolg is alive, he must be that old already, if it makes sense. As a result, it seems strange when they are from men, and Tolkien writes that they don't live that long in one text, that here we have an example that lives 142, and it's like it's not clear how old he was at that time, but he must be alive because his father died there, so he can't be born much later. And it's in this context interesting. Let me see if I hope I spelled this. I'm lucky. Well, it's not the best screenshot I could have found, to be honest. Just currently trying to find. No, I've read other Nulbis are wrong. Yeah, here from the first Hobbit film, there's a little prologue that we see the battle, so you know which battle I mean. Let me just see if I get everything right. Yeah, so here we have production. Awesome. Took a moment to find this battle. But yeah, you remember this battle, that is the battle. And if you have seen The Hobbit, of course, Thorin is 192 or something years old in The Hobbit. And he looks quite young for that in the films. But keep in mind that sometimes there are these huge time distances. There were also some comments in chat which I should probably read. But stuff like this is complicated. So if Brian Sibley and somebody also wrote in chat, it's pretty interesting that Brian Sibley was also involved in writing the radio drama Lord of the Rings back in 1981. Exactly. It's a very interesting little fun fact here. And it is... in this context, a very complex topic. So if now we look into the book, and maybe I can post the link again so people can, who just joined or so, can maybe also check the preview version of it, where we have a few pages you can look already on !FON if you want to bring up the link in chat. I think everybody should be able to use the command. And or !source would also work. It's a complex topic with those orcs. However, Tolkien didn't like the idea for elves because there are some metaphysical reasons. Like, elves are very pure beings and they're immortal. And orcs, Tolkien didn't want that orcs are immortal. So it's strange how the immortality of the orcs goes away and how it's actually possible to transform a very pure being like an elf into something like an orc. Tolkien disliked this idea because the elf is like a very, very mythological and ideal version of a being in his world and very pure. But even though we have people like Fëanor, I guess, but you get the point, right? It's complicated. We have this passage, for example, in Morgoth's Ring, where Tolkien describes that if you would do too much evil to an elf or to a body of an elf, I don't know, torture him or whatever, there would be the possibility that he leaves his body and leaves his body behind and his spirit leaves and is free from that. Tolkien liked the idea that this was kind of possible. In this context, it's then strange that Morgoth would have had the power to corrupt or transform an elf, if that makes sense. Of course, it was an early idea of Tolkien and he went with it in some of the texts, especially those published, and we know. But as you can see, it's complicated. And the version that orcs come from is Tolkien's last version we know of. Like, it's the final version, you could say. Very interesting topic. I need to make a video about this in particular, but it's a very complex topic in of itself, so I don't dare to make it yet because it needs a lot of research. For example, when you look into the version of men, then we have the so-called Tale of Adarnell, also published in Morgoth's Ring. There's originally the Silmarillion was supposed to end with the dialogue between Finrod and Andres, the Asrabes Finrod a Andres, I think it's the Elvish name for it. And in this version, there's like an addition to it, which is called the Tale of Ardanel, and it talks about the fall of man. And it's kind of interesting. However, reading the all these sections always gives me the impression that Tolkien was also kind of figuring out to put it in the right direction, because there are some very deeply theological implications in these parts, and that are kind of tied to Christianity. I feel like I sometimes got the feeling that Tolkien felt maybe that it was too much on the nose, and that's why he also iterated those texts a little bit. But yeah, it's, as I said, a complicated topic. But this is not a stream about the origin story of the orcs. Just to give you an example of how complicated this is, and what I just talked about with the origin story of the orcs, you find in multiple books. And in this book, what Brian Sibley, I assume, tried is he tried to, maybe I can read the foreword of the Fall of Númenor book in a moment. What Tom Sibley tried in this particular context is to, as somebody wrote in chat, to compose a book that kind of fits the Lord of the Rings and the Silmarillion as was published, because the Silmarillion was already published with the intention to fit to the published Lord of the Rings book, because it was also published after Tolkien's death. Tolkien was unfortunately not able to finish his version of the Silmarillion before he died. As a result, we have Christopher Tolkien's kind of version that is, or a version Christopher Tolkien, his son and heir, composed out of the text of his father in a way that it fits to the Lord of the Rings without changing the Lord of the Rings any further. There's only one change I know of, maybe there are more, probably there are more. One small change to the Lord of the Rings that was done by Christopher Tolkien, I think 1977 or something like that. And that was that there's a quote in the Lord of the Rings. Let me just think where it is. Well, that didn't work. They just mentioned that I installed, built a new PC, and so sometimes here my stuff is still not set up as I'm used to it. Golden House of... In Appendix F it is. In Appendix F, I think... Yeah, they were tall, fair of skin, and grey-eyed, though their locks were dark, save in the Golden House of Finarfin. The Golden House of Finarfin is the father of Galadriel, and originally it was in the published version from 1955, where the appendices are part of the Return of the King book from 1955. And this version, this sentence was safe in the Golden House of Finrod, because at this time, as mentioned, it was changed. Interestingly, what is very important here, that Tolkien himself, John Ronald Reuel Tolkien himself, changed this, I think 1965, in the second edition of The Lord of the Rings, to, I forgot what he wrote there, I think the Golden House of Finarthin, or Finathir, something like that. I forgot what he exactly wrote, but it's still a different name. And Christopher Tolkien changed this in the 1977 version to the Golden House of Finarfin, as we most likely know it, most of you people here probably today. Can you just say 1965? Probably I said 1965. Sorry, my mistake then. Yeah, where Finrod is Felagund's father. Yeah, exactly. It's not confusing at all. Yeah, it definitely is not confusing. There's some leftovers from earlier versions, though, which is very complicated. Let's not dive into that. There's like another version, potentially Tolkien forgot about it. That's the whole Inglorion thing. Complicated topic. That's a German thing, I guess. In German, it's unusual if we say a date. Let's say I say 1920. I think it's very common in English to say 1920. But in German, we would always say 1920. Like, just don't mind that. When I'm just freely speaking, not thinking too much about it, I probably say it like this. I mean, you can't also say it in German, but it's at least in my perception and more unusual. But yeah, no problem. So yeah, where was I? That's exactly, to not confuse it with the year 19,020. Yeah, 1920 would be the German word for it. It's also very confusing, like the German number. When you say in English, you say 23. In German, we say 23. So we say 320, if that makes sense. Yeah, exactly. That's why I said it's always nice to see the neighbors in chat. I'm from Germany, exactly. Yeah, so where were we? Let me just lose my, find my, my thing back. We only use it in regard of years. Yeah, of course. Only in regards of years. That was also my impression. Yeah, it's kind of funny that some stuff, for example, 23, they say in the right order, but when they, for example, use the date or so. Oh yeah, the numbers from you know what you mean, Snow Warning. 9, you say also 13, 13 in German, you say the 3 first. It only is after 20 that you say it. And I think it's probably a weird Germanic reason, because the Anglo-Saxons potentially did it the same way, because I assume, I don't know exactly, the after that, it in German we still do it for all the numbers, and in I think in English times they changed it. It might, no, it could, what my first thought was maybe it has to do with Latin, but I think in Latin you also say the number first. You say duodecim or something like this for 12, right? I don't know. Probably needs a language expert that has done research on this to answer this question finally. But yeah, I would assume it's maybe a Germanic thing that we say the numbers weirdly like this, and in English, it after the number in the higher numbers it changed or something. I'm not sure. You want consistency in the English language? We don't do consistency. I find it already very strange that you in the United States, the date format, that you say months, day, year instead of day, month, year. Like, that's so, it's kind of weird, I have to admit. Very confusing. That's also when I give a date, I always write the month's name out, so it can't confuse anybody. Also, I hope the sound is good, because I have, like I said, new computer. my sound setup. I think I already streamed one time with a new PC, so it should be okay. But yeah, but enough talking. We wanted to talk about the book. Now let me give you my first impressions of the book so far. Maybe this answers already a few questions that people might have. And I feel like I'm not sure it's a fair comparison, but the comparison I would like to make is definitely with Nature of Middle-earth, the last book from last year, with also new texts in it. That's an interesting feature I just noticed here. Also, I talked about the introduction to it. So, it's a very long introduction. I hoped I would find. There was one sentence in particular I wanted to read. But yeah, somebody already mentioned the club notion papers and so on. Let me just read through this here really fast. At the time of this composition, Tolkien had still to complete The Lord of the Rings, and the Notion Club papers, like The Lost Road, was eventually abandoned. So he goes a bit through the history in the introductory. This is very interesting when Tolkien wrote what. And this, of course, opens like, or generates in a weird way a lot of problems in the law. About this book, there should be some note about this. Always difficult. I had this particular sentence I did not mark the page. Which is of course stupid if you have to search it live now. There it is. I found it. So Brian Sibley writes, the intention is not to supplant these works, as each already stands as a definitive presentation of John Ronald Reuel Tolkien's writing, with peerless insightful commentary and analysis by Christopher Tolkien, but rather to provide extracts from the above with a few editorial interventions as possible that illustrate in the author's own words the rich and tumultuous events of the Second Age, as summarized by John Ronald Reuel Tolkien in his Tale of Years, Chronology of the Westlands, that appears as part of Appendix B in The Lord of the Rings, and which is reproduced at the beginning of this volume. For those wishing to delve deeper into its history, the notes provided at the end of the book, many of which draw upon Christopher Tolkien's own invaluable editorial expertise by reproducing or quoting from his own notes to the original published sources, will aid their explorations as they seek to discover more about the Second Age of Middle-earth. Page references relate in all cases to the first edition of that work, with the exception of The Lord of the Rings, where the reference is made to the reset edition published in 2004 for the book's 50th anniversary, which is also the edition I use for my book, by the way. So if you see page numbers in my videos, it's always the 50th anniversary version I use myself too. The reason why he uses the first published text is like usually in a scientific way, he would also have to use the first published Lord of the Rings version, but it's not printed anymore. Very valuable books. And I think most people have these later editions of Lord of the Rings. So for context, to help people with the current version you can buy with Lord of the Rings, I think that is a wise choice here in this specific context. So the selected passages and extracts are arranged following the chronological year order set down in the Tale of Years. A very important detail. Chronology of the Westlands, and are presented in chapters titled to accord with the chronology. And so on and so forth. I think you basically get the point of what he tries to do here. He also further continues, as Christopher Tolkien would have wished, research into his father's writings continues, and the text additionally draws upon a further posthumous volume of Tolkien's writings. And here we get the shout-outs to The Nature of Middle-earth from 2021, edited by Carl F. Hostetter. So in case people wonder, is the knowledge we got from The Nature of Middle-earth also in this book? Yes. It's also included. There are multiple references to the text of Nature of Middle-earth. We will go through one example later. I've already looked one which I always found very interesting, and I've mentioned it in previous streams, so people might know it already, but yeah. I just see, he continues here somewhere, additionally including on drawing upon a description of the island of Numenor and unfinished tales, and from The Nature of Middle-earth, the land and beasts of Numenor, very interesting chapter, the lives of the Numenorians and the aging of the Numenorians. Passages used do not necessarily appear as originally presented in that volume, but in an order best suited to a chronological narrative. And yeah, this is now the very important part. So what is this book? How is it basically structured? I'm not sure if we look into, let me just see. I could have, what is fascinating, in the link in chat, if you want to read it yourself, there's like there's a section called About This Book. What I just read is you can read in this as well. And here we also find, maybe I can bring this up on screen in a moment, so you know what I'm talking about. So we have some production. I was a bit lazy on production, to be honest, but it was like a lot of stuff to explain. Let me just, what was even? We just do it over with this here, right? That is always open the windows in a weird way. So I can bring you the stuff here. Like, this is the book, I hope. Like, this is not the complete book, it is the preview version, which is, I just posted in chat. It's publicly available. I will also link it in the description of this video after it's published. I have not done this before. And yes, by HarperCollins published it, and so on and so forth. Published this year. Here's also texts that are used in this here. Very detailed information about this. Here we have the Lord of the Rings, the chronology, the so-called Tale of Years for the Second Age. And this is a very important part of the format of this book. We had some additional information. This here was what I just read here. The intention of this work, so on and so forth, that's what I basically read earlier. I think I also read a bit of this here. But yeah. Introduction, saga work, and so on and so forth. Here he goes through basically what I also explained earlier, that Tolkien, there's like just in more detail, of course, how in what time Tolkien did things. Like 900, when Tolkien started changing the books and writing stuff in the background, there's also the mention of the Notion Club papers, which are related to the story of Numenor. Can't see it here right now because my version is a bit done differently, but yeah, somewhere it should be. Yeah, the Notion Club papers are, for example, also mentioned here, and he talks about the composition of Numenor and so on and so forth. And there, like, oh, there was a misclick. There, the Notion Club papers are basically part of this. The Lost Road is like, there was a, I don't know, how do you call it, a contest going on between C.S. Lewis, the writer of Narnia, the author of Narnia, and Tolkien. And C.S. Lewis was supposed to write a space travel story, and Tolkien was supposed to write a time travel story. And out of this time travel story, basically the idea of Numenor was established and extracted. And because Tolkien wanted to write a story about Atlantis. And yeah, that's kind of the stuff here. Before the Second Age, here we get like some additional information on what happened before, what led to the Second Age, if I remember correctly, and especially the Silmarillion and what it means in this context. And yeah, here we also see some artworks of Alan Lee, which is kind of cool. And here we see the basic format structure of the book. It's also pretty cool here. That's I think the fight against Ancalagon the Black. And you see, we see a 1. We see, I should not click here, but we see a 1 here, and it says Foundation of the Grey Havens, End of Lindon. And this is the basic idea of this book. So the basic idea is to go through, I would not say every year, but he basically, as a foundation, as I just wrote, takes the tale of years with the chronology. And here we have the year 1, Foundation of the Grey Havens. And then, let me just click on it again. And then year 32, the Edain reach Numenor. Year 40, many dwarfs, leaving their old homes in the Eret Luin, go to Moria and swell its numbers. 442, death of Elros, also known as Tar Miniatur. And then 500, Sauron begins to steer again in Middle-earth. And so on. So we have a complete chronology of the Second Age here in this context. And the idea of this book is now, he goes through every year, he starts with year 1, and gives you all we know from the other books in context and kind of functioning in the context of the Lord of the Rings and the Silmarillion. That's a very important, as I explained earlier in this very long section about the orcs. Tolkien had later different ideas, but they're not necessarily fully explored or represented or still woven into the published Lord of the Rings and, for example, the Silmarillion. That was an interesting question. I have to look into this in a moment. And yeah, as a result, if you want to learn about the Second Age, a specific year, this is how it's structured and this is how it works. It's, I guess, like I said, it's more like, okay, what happened in year 1? And here's all the information. And you see these footnotes here, like here's the 2, here's the 1, and so on. And if Brian Sibley uses like a text or so of Tolkien, usually in these numbers you find the reference for where we can find it. Let me just see. I have to be careful. I don't want to show here too much stuff. Let me just see. Year 1. So if I click on 1, it says The Lord of the Rings Appendix B, page 1082. 1082 of the 50th anniversary edition. Did I say 82? Yeah. Well, that was 85. That's not 82. And it's basically the beginning of the tale of years in the book. So the page numbers are there. If you're interested to read further on this or get more context of this, that is definitely possible, which I personally really like this approach that we have all the sources. In the digital version, the sources are collected at the bottom of the book. I have not the physical copy of the book yet, so I can't tell you how it is in the physical copy. I assume under each section you have like a notes thing. I'm not sure if it's composed at the beginning. Let me just get my copy of the Nature of Middle-earth. Make it a moment. I think that it was. I assume it will be similar because it's the same publishing house. I would assume the structure will be the same. There it is like that. So you have at the end of every section you have like a section called notes, and then you have notes 1 to 17 or whatever, and then you can read them. So you don't have to go to the end of the book and look up, okay, what was this chapter called? I think it's more convenient. In a computer program like here, I can just click on the link and then it brings me to the page. If I click again on the one or so, it jumps back to where it was. So that's pretty awesome and standard, I guess, in all the pretty much the most common or all digital versions of Tolkien's books we have currently. And also like a content question. We come to that, I guess, in a moment. So in that regard, I really like Tolkien. Brian Sibley, I assume also, that's maybe, I wouldn't say something to criticize here. That would be a too strong word. But something to note here is if we, for example, take the book Nature of Middle-earth, and it here does again uses a similar approach. If we go back to this page here, which I have you still see on the screen, so you see that this part here is written in a smaller font size than this part here. And the reason for that is this part here is actually written by Tolkien, and it's written as a result in the bigger font. And the commentary of Brian Sibley is written in a smaller font, so you can easily distinguish both of them. So you know this was written by actually Tolkien, this was written by Brian Sibley. And he gives like more context. Commenting on this in his 1950 letter to Milton Waldman, Tolkien wrote, and of course here he quotes him in his text, we see a sort of, and so on and so forth, like all the interesting information. Then we also have some artworks in the book as well, which is pretty awesome, I have to admit. So you can get like a good illustration of what is going on. And yeah, we have still these notes, and you know where it's written. If you want to learn more about it, you can find it. So I think this basic structure is pretty good of the book. That's basically my point here I want to make. And this was actually the same in the book of Carl F. Hosstetter, The Nature of Middle-earth. So from this perspective, same also with the digital version of Nature of Middle-earth, where you also could click on the 2 here, then it jumps you, it says what the comment is, and you can click again and get back to the page. I found this very useful and a pretty it's an approach that definitely honors Tolkien in a way, because I feel like in a book like this you need a bit of commentary. You won't get around without using that. We can maybe look into Tilperion in a moment, because I've not looked into this particular matter. I had like a point which there's if we look, I don't know if I have still the link. No, I don't have the link, I think saved somewhere here on this computer. There was also a preview version of Nature of Middle-earth, like this here. And what is interesting in this context is that Carl F. Hosstetter, and there was this thing I really praised when I saw his book, The Nature of Middle-earth, came out last year as mentioned, that at the beginning of text, assuming it's possible, he tried to date the text. I have not looked too deep into this in the new book here. And you also see, like, in his appendices from 1955, Tolkien wrote this and that and that. And this, in my opinion, very important to date texts when it comes to Tolkien. The necessity of doing this in this book is not that high, simply because these texts, as mentioned, are all published in these other books. And you can, I don't know, if you want to know where this text is, let me just see. What was note number 3? It says The Silmarillion of the Rings of Power, page 285. And you can go to... I assume the page number could be off here because there are multiple versions of the Silmarillion, potentially with different page numbers. Same of Unfinished Tales. Like, I have like my paperback version, and the other one has different page numbers. But it doesn't matter too much. You still can find this stuff pretty easily, and usually we have like large extractions of these books, so it should be relatively easy to find. In this, and often in these texts itself, the texts are dated. So it says it was written 1954, whatever. Just making this up here on the fly, but so just you get an idea. I would have maybe wished that, in my opinion, that would have been the next level awesomeness in this particular book, because Karl Hofstetter did this very consequently in his book. Like, if I have just randomly time scales and rates of growth. And he writes in his commentary, this is a clear manuscript written for the most part in black nib pen on 6 sides of 3 unlined sheets that Tolkien lettered in a red ballpoint pen A to F and clipped together. Some corrections and additions were made by Tolkien in red and blue ballpoint pen and in pencil. It dates from 1959. And it's very difficult to explain why it's so important that these work-in-progress texts are dated. Because if you want to put them into context, you need to know when something was written, so you understand which other text Tolkien worked on roundabout in this time. And you, for example, can then get if you know when all the texts were written, you can basically say, okay, when Tolkien wrote this text, he had this, and this in mind. Or he changed, but he only wrote this text, he changed his mind when it comes to this particular detail already, and we have to see it from the context of this. To reconstruct or kind of understand Tolkien in a very, very deep analytical level, in my opinion, you really need to know this. And of course, it would have been awesome, even though it's unnecessary extra work, if, I mean, you can't really ask or complain here that, let's say, Brian Sibley didn't do this, but I would have really enjoyed it if every source he basically quotes gives also the date when the text was written. That would be next level awesome, to be honest. But to be fair, I didn't expect that he would do this. Still, the text in the notes, there's all there's you need to know, and you can make this. So as a result, I still would say it's a fantastic book so far. There are a few details you have to wrap your head around, though, which have to do with some decisions Brian Sibley had to make, of course. And I can give you one example. Like, we want to look into different versions here. Christopher Hofstetter set a good example by giving as much context as was discernible about when a text was written. But yeah, this book is not an academic in nature, less analysis, more story. Exactly. That's a very good point by Snow Warning. It brings it well on the point. Like, this book is really a compendium. Like, you like The Lord of the Rings, and you go through the appendices, through Appendix B. Let me just... Where is Appendix B? Wait, I know the page number. No, not in this version. I don't know here the page number here. There. Tale of Years. And you like the Tale of Years, and you just want to learn more about it. We can maybe even compare the page numbers here. Like, maybe that's a good way to give people an impression of what is going on, even though it's a bit difficult here to do this on the fly. But if we go back here in this version to the Tale of Years, we see year 1, and I can maybe compare it to the actual Tale of Years in the book. I'm not sure if there's anything. That's interesting. So, for example, here in the year 32, it says, year 32, the Edain reach Numenor. This is also in the published Lord of the Rings 50th Anniversary Edition, it's important to keep this 50th anniversary edition in mind because some changes were made to Appendix B 1965. So it's different in the 1955 version of the Appendix B. But as said, very important. I'm not sure if he added any dates that were not in the thing before. Let me just double check that. I'm very curious. 63, 64. No, it seems like he keeps all the dates that we know from here. But here in this, it says the Edain reached Numenor, and it says the geography of Numenor, the natural life of Numenor, the life of the Numenorians. Let me see my version now. First of all, we have this awesome artwork. Maybe there are some subcategories. Yeah. That's awesome. So, yeah, these three headlines that we get here, the geography of Numenor, these are all distinct chapters as part of this year. So it's a very long chapter. And for example, he published some texts in this particular context. For example, the infamous of Beers and Men text. To those not accustomed to the beers, the bears, I always say beer, I don't know why. I know in German it's also bear. To those not accustomed to the bears, the slow but dignified motion of the bears, sometimes as many as 50 or more together, appeared astonishing and comic, but it was understood by all admitted to the spectacle that there should be no open laughter. The laughter of men was a sound that the bears could not understand. It alarmed and angered them. So here we have the dancing bears spectacle from Nature of Middle-earth, which is also in the book, which is of course pretty awesome. Yeah, and he basically gives us this is a part of the geography of Numenor section. Let me see. The other one was the natural life of the Numenorian. No, the natural life of this was of the natural life of the Numenorian section. Sorry, just skipped that one. And the last one is the life of the Numenorians, of belief and worship, of cities, of old. The chief city and haven of Numenor was in the midst of the western coasts, and it was called Andunir because it faced the sunset, with its town beside the shore and many other dwellings climbing up the steep slopes behind. Hard by Meneltarma upon a hill was Armenilos, fairest of cities, and there stood the tower and the citadel that was raised by Elros, son of Eärendil, whom the Valar appointed to be the first king of the Dunedain. This is a quote from... Oh no, it's by Sibley, I think. From the Sindarin meaning Westmen, there was just a 2 at the very end. Okay, so this Sibley composed. But for example, if we go to beasts and birds, I would assume that he gives us, the nature of middle birds. Where was the bear? The bear thing. Yeah, here. Here it says, in Nature of Middle-earth, Part 3, the world and lands of its inhabitants, 13 of lands and beasts, page, and so on and so forth. Like all that is included there, you find there quoted, and you know where to find if you want to read more. Also, welcome, Mark. Nice to see you here. So, in this context, the book, it gives you an idea. So, you basically learn everything about what the Edain did to reach Numenor in this chapter, including the information which are relatively new from the book The Nature of Middle-earth, which I have here as a physical copy as well. Yeah, my physical copy for this book comes on tomorrow or maybe Saturday or something. It takes a bit longer to deliver than I hoped it would, so I got the digital version already and can look into that. But yeah, I always prefer having a digital version as well. Oh, that's a good question. What about the Druedain in Numenor? Good question. Here, that's a very good question that you ask. So thank you for asking that. Let me just scroll up a bit. I'm very curious if the Druedain are mentioned here. I would assume they are not. So I'm not sure if... I assume that the Druedain are not mentioned in this in this text here. There are multiple smaller details that Brian Sibley did not mention for various reasons. Dancing bears are kind of silly in a joyful way, like different colored bears in caves, the dwarves in the Hobbit book. Yeah. I don't know, beards, beards, yeah. Druedain in Numenor. So for people wondering, in let me just... Oh, that's the wrong thing. Do I have it open? No, I don't have it open. So I have to open it and find it first. There is a chapter called the Druedain in the book, The Unfinished Tales. Palantiri Istari, the Druedain. I think it's in the notes even. Oh, my computer finds it fast enough. Oh, yeah, found it. It's in note 7 in this chapter called the Druedain in the Unfinished Tales. And maybe I already should open the book. The People of Middle-earth. We need this in a moment as well. Because some people might be interested how Sibley handles certain edge case topics like this. In the Annals of Numenor, it is said that the remnant was permitted to sail over the sea with the Atani. The Atani is the name of, the early name of the Edain, basically. And in the peace of the new land throve and increased again, but took no more part in war, for they dreaded the sea. What happened to them later is only recorded in one of the few legends that survived the downfall, the story of the first sailings of the Numenorians back to Middle-earth, known as The Mariner's Wife. That's also published in this book. We have The Mariner's Wife, Aldarion and Erendis, this chapter also here. In a copy of this written and preserved in Gondor, there is a note by the scribe on a passage in which the Druedain in the household of the king Aldarion the Mariner are mentioned. It relates that the Druedain, who were ever noted for their strange foresight, were disturbed to hear of his voyages, foreboding that evil would come to them, and begged him to not go more. But they did not succeed, and since neither his father nor his wife could prevail on him to change his courses, and the Druedain departed in distress. From that time onward, the Druedain of Numenor, so here we have the confirmation, Druedain were actually on Numenor, became restless, and despite their fear of the sea, one by one, in twos and threes, they would beg for passage in the great ships that sailed to the northwestern shores of Middle-earth. If any asked, "Why would you go, and whither?" they answered, "The great isle no longer feels sure under our feet, and we wish to return to the lands whence we came." Thus their numbers dwindled again slowly through the long years, and none were left when Elendil escaped from the downfall. The last had fled the land when Sauron was brought to it. Author's note. Then a commentary to this, I think there is no trace either in the materials relating to the story of Aldarion and Erendes or elsewhere of the presence of Druedain in Numenor, apart from the foreboding, safe, detached note which says that Edain, who at the end of the War of the Jewels sailed over the Numenor, contained few remnants of the folk of Harles, and the very few Druedain that accompanied them died out long before the downfall. So, this is a kind of a very strange edge case. What season are we talk about the new book, the Fall of Númenor, published. If you are interested in looking into a few pages of it already, there's like a preview extraction with a few pages of it already, !FON or !source if you want to look into this new book. Currently reading Unfinished Tales. So the question of Snow Warning, I think it was. I'm not sure. Somebody in chat definitely asked the question. I forgot who it was. Snow Warning or maybe Mark. Can you search the whole book for Druedain? Yeah, I already did this. I can search the whole book. But I only find the word drunkards. Not sure how it's pronounced though. Can't tell you which chapter that is though. I assume it's also the language. Must be a Numenor chapter. Yeah, it's in the life of Numenor, fascinatingly also on this. There's quite a lot of this in this. So he published like a lot of the notes of Unfinished Tales and so on. Very interesting. However, the Druedain are not meant. It seems like, at least I don't find them. Maybe I should write them differently. Maybe like this. No. It seems like they are not mentioned because, as you probably note from this particular passage I just completely wrote, like note number 7 of the chapter, the Druedain in Unfinished Tales, it's kind of an edge case. Like, it's a very obscure note. It's also Christopher Tolkien only published this as a side note in this passage, and mentioned that only very few texts there are any traces or mentions of that. So you can argue, did this really happen? Was this official or whatever? Is this canon, if you want to call it like that? Difficult to say. So you have to keep in mind that the intention of this book here is not necessarily to give you all the existing information there are, but give you like something that expands on the Lord of the Rings and on the Tale of Years, and gives you like ideas what might happen when. Of course, we had some dates here also when the Druedain might have left, but in a strange way, the Druedain never appear in any other texts related to the Second Age, really. Like, very few mentions are only of them. And as a result, I can definitely see, I'm not even sure if the Mariner's wife is like, it must be mentioned, I feel. Would be interesting to know though. Let me just double check that. Okay, the voyages of Aldarion are here and there mentioned. There's a chapter for it. Question is where it is part of. It's in the year 700, I think. Voyages of Aldarion. Yeah, 600, sorry. There's like a mention. So he tries to use it, it seems, to some degree, but he does not use all of the information. And as I said, in the chapter itself, it's not really mentioned that the Druedain were this time. It's like a weird, obscure additional text that Christopher Tolkien, it seems, has found. And as a result, looked into that. Yeah, definitely possible that they will settle there in the Cape of Andrast. Brian mentioned in the interview, it's also a good way because Duff Talk 64 listened to the interview with Brian Sibley on Nerd of the Rings channel. As he considers himself more a storyteller than an academic. And yeah, I think the idea of this book is definitely to tell like a somewhat consistent story with Lord of the Rings and the other things. And as a result, a few very, let's call them edge cases, like the Druedain or Numenor, are not in this book and not mentioned because there's not enough material to source it, or it seems like in the whole Numenorian story, the Druedain play basically no role. It's just they are there, and Tolkien had the idea at some point to say, wouldn't it be cool if some of the Druedain were also Numenor and left before it got really ugly there? And that seems to be the case. Another example I would like to talk about that is also, to my knowledge, and it might be unfortunate for some people to hear, are the Blue Wizards. I'm not 100% sure, but the Blue Wizards, I think, are not really mentioned in this book. Sauron posed as an emissary of the Valar, sent by them to Middle-earth, thus anticipating the Istari, or ordered by them to remain there to give aid to the elves. So here we have a mention of the Istari. Even as the first shadows were felt in Mirkwood, there appeared in the west of Middle-earth the Istari, whom men called the Wizards, none knew, and so on and so forth. This is, I think, from the Silmarillion text, right? Yeah, the tale continues in The Lord of the Rings. That is the, I assume, the brief chronicle of the Third Age. This is from, I think, the Rings of Power and the Third Age, right? Or it's from the Lord of the Rings, also possible. It might be from the Appendix B text. No, it's too long for that. Let me just double check. I was curious where this text is from. I would have guessed it's from the Silmarillion. Yeah, it's from the Silmarillion. Rings of Power and the Third Age, in case people wonder. I'll tell you the page though, because my pages here are off. Tarion, another title, Bane of Trees. Yeah, I like that the Druedain also had a magical side, sitting still enough for long enough to appear be made out of stone, if I remember correctly. Yeah, exactly. Grass skirts in the mountains. Well, they also lived in a forest later. But yeah, they are definitely very unusual beings in this mythological world. I feel like they are one of the most mythological ones that we have. Like, I always find them also very interesting. We're talking about the Istari. So here we have a text. We have the mention of Radagast of Curunir, which is, Saruman. Yeah, I guess is Olorin mentioned? No, is in the north. Chief among them were those whom the elves called Mithrandir and Curunir, but men in the north named Gandalf and Saruman. So they are also briefly mentioned. But if I write blue in the text, I find 11 mentions of that. Just switch to German. Blue flowers, blue mountains, blue mountains, blue mountains, blue above them. For the blue eyes of Aldarion. So Aldarion had blue eyes. You heard it here first. Deceive the white stars upon a blue rondure. It's also not right. Vilya the blue ring to Elrond. That is an interesting case we'll look into in a moment. No, I screwed up. Yeah, we look into that, because I have not read this chapter here myself yet, so it might be interesting to know how does Tolkien actually compose the ideas. Because a very interesting figure in the Second Age is Galadriel, because she's a really confusing character. Tolkien had many versions of her. I'm very curious what he does with her in this book. Yeah, what Brian Sibley did with her in this book. Probably not much, due to her difficult nature. Eredluin, Mindoluin, Eredluin, Just looking for the Elvish name of the Blue Wizards, which is Ithrin Luin, but I just find the Blue Mountains. No. So the Blue Wizards are not mentioned in this book. And is, in this regard, let me just look into the Lord of the Rings myself really quick. Because there are multiple problems with, I guess, the Lord of the Rings and the idea that the Blue Wizards already came to Middle-earth in the Second Age. And this is mentioned in the Peoples of Middle-earth book. And it says the other two, the Blue Wizards, came much earlier, at the same time probably as Glorfindel. In this text here from the very late 60s, 1969 or 1970, something like that. So the other two came much earlier, at the time probably as Glorfindel, when matters became very dangerous in the Second Age. So here it confirms again, we are actually talking about the other two coming to Middle-earth in the Second Age. Glorfindel was sent to aid Elrond and was, though not yet said, preeminent in the War of Eriador. But the other two Istari were sent for a different purpose, Morinechtar and Romestamo, Darkness Slayer and East Helper. Their task was to circumvent Sauron, to bring help to the few tribes of men that had rebelled from Melkor worship, to stir up rebellion, and after his first fall to search out his hiding, in which they failed, and to cause dissension and disarray among the Dark East. They must have had very great influence on the history of the Second Age and Third Age in weakening and disarraying the forces of the East, who would both in the Second and Third Age otherwise have outnumbered the West. So this particular text here says suddenly the Blue Wizards were successful, they came to the east, south is not mentioned, and in addition, we have new names for them, Darkness Slayer and East Helper, Morinechtar and Romestamo, instead of Palando and Alatar, which is mentioned in Unfinished Tales, for example, if I remember correctly. And yeah, they came with Glorfindel to Middle-earth in the Second Age. This is not mentioned in this book here, of Brian Sibley. The question is why it's not mentioned. And my potential guess would be, if I'm not completely mistaken, which is very easy for me to be, like I'm often mistaken with things, would be that if I remember correctly, and I really need to find the quote, and I don't remember the writing, sorry for that sound, it was my sleeve scratching over the colliding with the book. Yeah. When maybe 1,000 years had passed, so we have the Appendix B, the Third Age. And there Tolkien writes a short introduction text for what happens in the Third Age. And this is Lord of the Rings. As a result, for a lot of people, me included, the most canon source, if that makes sense. When maybe 1,000 years had passed and the first shadow had fallen on Greenwood the Great, the Istari, or wizards, appeared in Middle-earth. It was afterwards said that they came out of the far west and were messengers sent to contest the power of Sauron and to unite all those who had the will to resist him, but they were forbidden to match his power with power or to seek to dominate elves or men by force or fear. They came therefore in the shape of men, though they were never young and aged only slowly, and they had many powers of mind and hand. They revealed their true names to few. See page 607, 17, excuse me. Mithrandir we called him in elf fashion, said Faramir, and he was content. Many are my names in many countries, he said. Mithrandir among the elves, Tharkun to the dwarves, Olorin I was in my youth in the west, that is forgotten. In the south, Incarnus, in the north, Gandalf. To the east I go not. So that is the reference here. Oh, I messed up my page number here. I have to find the other quote again. Here it is. Yeah, so their true names to few. This is where Gandalf was to Faramir. He revealed his actual name, that he was once called Olorin, but used such names as were given to them. The two highest of this order, of whom it was said there were 5, were called by the Eldar Curunir, the man of skill, and Mithrandir, the grey pilgrim, but by men in the north, Saruman and Gandalf. Also, this passage kind of read in the other. And you see, it's very similar to the Silmarillion passage, because I think those are related. Curunir journeyed often into the east, but dwelled at last in Isengard. Mithrandir was closest to friendship with the Eldar and wandered mostly in the west, and never made for himself any lasting abode. So, yeah, it's very interesting in this context to read about the people. But the most important part is that the Lord of the Rings states that when maybe 1,000 years had passed and the first shadow had fallen on Greenwood the Great, the Istari, or wizards, appeared in Middle-earth. This contradicts the idea of, at least to some degree you could argue, the idea I just read from Peoples of Middle-earth, where the other two came much earlier, at the same time probably as Glorfindel, when matters became very dangerous in the Second Age. So, you see, there's a conflict here. How do you resolve this conflict? I assume Tom Shippey, I assume Brian Sibley just basically avoided these strong contradictions with the books and just went with what is actually in the Lord of the Rings, what can we use for the Lord of the Rings to expand on it without going into these extreme edge cases where we have these inner contradictions with the lore. Like, for example, as said, this is a very late change, and the Lord of the Rings was changed the last time by Tolkien 1965, and the other text was written 1969 or 70 from the Peoples of Middle-earth, where the Blue Wizards come the Second Age. So Tolkien did, in his very late life, not probably want to make another big edit to the Lord of the Rings, and probably he was not decided on what exactly the Blue Wizards did when they came to Middle-earth. Like I said, there were multiple versions. If we, for example, dive deeper into the... I'm not sure why I'm often talking about the Blue Wizards, but I often think they are very interesting examples. So, for example, in a letter from 1958, Tolkien basically talks. I have not named the colors because I do not know them. I doubt if they had distinctive colors. Distinction was only required in the case of the 3 who remained in the relatively small area of the northwest. On the names, see question 5. I really do not know anything clear about the other two, since they do not concern the history of the Northwest. I think they went as emissaries to distant regions, east and south. Here, in this text from 58, he mentioned at least that they potentially also went into the south. Different in the later text where the south is not mentioned. Far out of Numenorian range. Missionaries to enemy-occupied lands, as it were. What success they had, I do not know, but I fear they failed as Saruman did, though doubtless in different ways. And I suspect they were founders or beginners of secret magic traditions and outlasted secret cults and magic traditions that outlasted the fall of Sauron. In Now the Unfinished Tales, we have also a mention of those wizards. And what is very interesting in this context, it's in the chapter called The East Study, if I remember correctly. Unfinished Tales. In this version, it's page 388. Let me just think. Now, what do I have to search for? Yeah, here it is. For they passed into the east with Kurin, never returned, and whether remained in the east, pursuing there the purpose for which they were sent, or perished, or as some hold were ensnared by Sauron and became his servants, is not known. But none of these chances were impossible to be. For strange indeed though this may seem, the Istari, being clad in bodies of Middle-earth, might even as men and elves fall away from their purposes and do evil, forgetting the good in the search for power to effect it. So it's kind of interesting. I think earlier in this text it also says about something about when they came. And if I remember correctly, probably will be really hard to find the exact line where it's stated. But I remember it like that the of this order, the number is unknown, but of those that came to the north of Middle-earth, there was most hope because of the remnants of the Dunedain and the Eldar that abode there. The chiefs were 5. The first to come was one of the noblemen bearing the raven hair and a fair voice, and he was clad in white. Great skill he had in the works of hand, and he was regarded by well nigh all, even by the Eldar, as the head of the order. Others there were also, 2 clad in sea blue, one in earthen brown, and the last one, who seemed the least less tall than the others, and in looks more aged, grey-haired and grey-clad, and leaning on a staff. But Círdan, from the first meeting at the Grey Havens, divined in him the greatest spirit and the wisest, and he welcomed him with reverence, and he gave to him to his keeping the 3rd ring, Narya the Red. However, in this text it becomes clear that they all came together roundabout. It doesn't seem like, especially Saruman now came first, and in the other text Saruman comes in the 3rd age, and so on. So to make all this kind of work together, these different versions, and what is written in The Lord of the Rings, it kind of makes sense that they have to abandon that Brian Sibley had to abandon the idea of the Blue Wizards coming to Middle-earth in the 2nd age. Sorry for not looking at chat very well, because I was very absorbed here in reading the texts. Maybe we catch up with chat a little bit. Yeah, there's the text that implies that there were more than 5 wizards. So yeah, there even, as said, is a text that, like, you could argue it implies somewhat that there might have been even more than 5 blue wizards. Kind of interesting in this context. One of the most important acts of the Third Age, I think, Círdan giving Narya to Gandalf. Yeah, I agree on that. And that's also my biggest... I don't want to open the thing again. I probably don't talk about it. I talked already about this in the Rings of Power episode 8 stuff, so... I don't want to open the Rings of Power route here. We have talked enough about this show. Also, in case people want to see the missing episode 3 review, that is also out. It's very long, though. Has a good joke in it, in my opinion. And the description reads like they belong to the tropical jungle environment. Yeah, still talking about the Druidine here. Mild instead. Yeah, it was, I guess, mild enough for them. But it's kind of interesting in this context. So for some of you people, and I think it's always like a very... I'm not sure if I'm the only one, but I really like the blue wizards. Like, it's because it's such a unusual, not unusual, but it's such an edge case. And sometimes edge cases and like little lore tidbits and the mysterious stuff is always interesting. Same with Tom Bombadil, the blue wizards, and so on and so forth, the Druidine. I find always interesting that it was me kind of, it always catches my interest, if that makes sense. So it might be unfortunate for people that there's no information in this book really about the blue wizards, which is interesting. But I hope I could somewhat explain why this decision was probably made in the book. Because in Scotland it's pretty cold, but kills. It's a good point. But yeah, there are definitely reasons why some of these details are missing. However, that doesn't make his work bad or anything. It's just it's just a little detail to keep in mind when you want to look into this book and what it means. I also want to give you an example of something that I always want to say Tom Shippey, but Brian Sibley added to this, which I appreciated quite a bit. Let me see if I find the quote. So there's also an epilogue of this, and it also goes a bit into the Great Rings and the One Ring and so on and so forth. The ruling ring passed out of knowledge even of the wise, and so on and so forth. And we can read about Isildur, but Isildur refused this counsel, saying, "This I will have as were-guilt for my father's death and my brother's. Was it not that I dealt the enemy his death blow, and the ring that he held seemed to him exceedingly fair to look upon, and he would not suffer it to be destroyed. Taking it therefore, he returned at first to Minas Anor, there planted the white tree in memory of his brother Anarion." And what is interesting here is there is a note that, for example, Brian Sibley adds, and stuff like this I really like, and you also find this, it seems, in this in this particular book. And there it reads in this note, first of all, he quotes where this is written. This is written, I know it by heart, it's in the Council of Elrond. Here he says it's page 295. Maybe I should double check before I completely wrong here, but it should be Council of Elrond. It's in the Journey of the Dark. That's where it was, in the Council of Elrond. Then it was in the Journey, and this doesn't matter too much. just very curious. Why is it in the Journey of the Dark? Maybe the page number is different here on this. Whatever. Could be a page number issue. However, he expands on it. Wergild, I hope I pronounce this right, it's a very unusual word which I don't really know. Wergild is man price or blood money, established in ancient codes of law as putting a monetary value on a person's life, imposed as a fine on a killer and forming restitution payment to the family of the victim. Tolkien would have been aware of this word, which appears, and this is very important, in Beowulf. Tolkien made a translation of, for example, Beowulf, so he for sure knew this word. The Volsung saga, the 13th century Icelandic Egil's saga, and elsewhere. An example of this law is also referenced by Tolkien concerning Túrin, 2 in Appendix A, the Stewards, page 1054. Let me just find this page. Question, did I find it on this page so far? You're saying it correctly. Good. Thank you, Great Grebo. Also, welcome, Great Grebo. Nice to see you here this evening. Hi again. Welcome back, Honeybum Empress. Nice to see you. Oh, that's interesting. That's another context. Like if we search in Appendix A, there's another mention of it I just found by accident. You remember when Eorl's father kind of died? Not kind of, he died. Like Leod was the father of the first king of Rohan, in case people wondering what is he talking about now. The first king of Rohan lived late in the Third Age, like 2500, 700, round about that, last 500 years, or 300, was Eorl, and his father was Leod. Leod was a lord of the so-called Eortheod, that were the, translates, it's Old English for horse people, and he had like a meras, and like these mighty horses that we know, for example, Shadowfax is one Gandalf's horse. And he rode one of those horses, Leod, the father of Eorl, the first king of Rohan, and he was thrown off and died from the fall. And then we can also read the context of Wergild again here in this conflict. Eorl stood up and called in loud voice, "Come hither, mansbane, and get a new name." To their wonder, the horse looked towards Eorl and came and stood before him. It should be noted that Eorl was just like 16 at this point. Before him, and Eorl said, "Felarov, I name you. You loved your freedom, and I do not blame you for that, but now you owe me a great wergild, and you shall surrender your freedom to me until your life's end." Then Eorl mounted him, and Felarov, Frealaf is another king, whatever. And then Felarov submitted. I think it's pronounced Felarov, maybe. I'm not sure how it's pronounced exactly. The O must be, it seems like the long O. Whatever. Felarov submitted, and Eorl rode him home without bit or bridle. And he rode him in like fashion ever after. And the horse understood all that men said, though he would allow no man but Eorl to mount him. It was upon Felaroth that Eorl rode to the field of Celebrand, for that horse proved as long-lived as men, and so were her descendants. These were the Meras. Also hard to say word. Who would bear no one but the king of the Mark and all his sons, until the time of Shadowfax. Men said of them that Bema is another name for Orome, also here in brackets it's written, for Bema called, whom the elder called Orome, just have brought their sire from the west over the sea. So yeah, it's relatively interesting that Tolkien uses word multiple times in the books. Túrin II of Gondor sent, I'm not sure how this name is again pronounced, Folkhuine, not sure, a rich wergild of gold. So that is what is mentioned. It's here on my book, it's page 1069, interestingly. And yeah, the other mention is, this I will have as wergild for my father and my brother. It is mentioned in, of course, the Council of Elrond. So Tolkien used it 3 times in Lord of the Rings, which is very interesting. Thank you for the stream. I have to go to sleep. Yeah, sleep well. Thank you for staying so long. I hope I could give you like some good impressions and details of the book, what is in it, and so on and so forth. But the point is, like, I didn't know, like, I always wondered about, I know that the word wergild appeared multiple times in the book, but I was not aware of what its actual origin is. And information like this I really appreciate, and Brian Sibley definitely put in the work and put this together. I was not aware that this was basically, men price or blood money established in ancient codes of law as putting a monetary value on a person's life, imposed as a fine on a killer and forming a restitution payment to the family of the victim. Tolkien, and so on and so forth, and it appears, for example, in Beowulf. I was not aware that it appears in the Volsung saga or in Beowulf, which is very interesting. I'd be very curious where it appears in the Volsung saga. I'll probably have to read this again. Whatever. Very fascinating. There were also lies, not lies in chat, but lies wrote something in chat. Folkhuine, like the, okay, thanks for the hint. I was not sure if the C is, I guess the C is also usually a K, right? Folkhuine. I mean, it makes sense that it's folk because in German the word folk also exists. So why should it not be pronounced like that, right? In English, the word also exists, of course. Folk. I mean, it makes sense in the context of Beowulf now thinking of it, because there's also a particular scene where this makes this I think I even remember that this passage. And he beat me to it, yeah. The word, still talking about wergild, can be found in, I believe, 1 or 2 sagas and in Anglo-Saxon Chronicle. It seemed the Saxons were fond of its use, and the law itself, usually demanding wergild often for marriages gone. And disputes regarding land. That's interesting to know. So do we like the new book? Yeah, I kind of like it, but you have to keep in mind for whom it is written in a way. I would like for me personally, I think it's a very interesting and practical book in a way, simply because it has a lot of information in one place. Like usually when I do research, I need like 10 books and look into everything and compose everything together. This book does not still clear this out, so I can only look it up because some information, due to not fitting to Lord of the Rings or the Silmarillion, are simply not in the book. Like the Blue Wizards in the Second Age with their other names. Maybe I should double check again. No, Omistamo does not appear. Morinechta also not. Like the Blue Wizards don't appear, the Druidine and Numenor don't appear in it, but oh, the Otters Wergild in the Treasure of the New. Okay, good to know. Thank you, Lies, for giving us additional context. But yeah, in this context, it doesn't make all the other books obsolete, but it can give you a pretty good overview about what happens at what. Like if you look at the timeline of Appendix B of the timeline of the Second Age, you get information to all the dates. You find the additional information. Like while it's just one sentence, if we let me just, where's my production program? OBS. Oh, that's wrong. Wait a moment. Here it is. Where it's just like, I don't know. In the book, it's the Edain reach Numenor. Here you get like, I don't know, several pages of information composed out of all other sources and everything related to this particular date. And that's pretty awesome because it gives you a very good overview of what happens at what time in the Second Age. But you have to keep in mind, for a more, like this is, I would assume, not a book that is purely directed into an academic course. Like somebody, like I think Brian Sibley said it in an interview. He is, somebody posted it in chat who saw the interview on Nerd of the Rings. And there Brian Sibley said that he's more a storyteller and less an academic. And this makes sense. And it's still a very good book to have for a lot of people because it gives us very good information. And as said earlier, like it's always very clear what Tom Sibley wrote this year and what Tolkien wrote in big letter, in the bigger font type this year. And that's pretty awesome. We also get all the sources, so if people want to know more about these details, it's sourced everywhere, which is also great. Greatly appreciate. So overall, I like the book. I like, of course, Alan Lee's fantastic artworks as well. As a result, this book definitely has value for a lot of people, I feel, that are interested in what is going on in the Second Age exactly. What is happening there. And the people who just are so deep into Tolkien that they need all the additional edge cases and additional information, I guess the book does not really cover those, even though, as we just established, the Wergild information and so on, there are definitely information, and it shows that Brian Sibley is definitely also a Tolkien scholar and has a vast amount of knowledge, more knowledge than most people for sure, when it comes to this, and can give us a wider context in his commentary. And as a result, this book has definitely a value even for people that are more academic or even deeper into all the works. So, but you have to keep in mind for whom this book is written. I think this is more like a Silmarillion version of the Second Age for people who want to know more from the perspective of Lord of the Rings and maybe the Silmarillion. I think it does a fantastic job in this. Of course, it would have been awesome if also, like, at least to some degree, the Blue Wizards were covered. But as I said, it doesn't fit the narrative potentially of the Lord of the Rings, if that makes sense. Thanks for the great work, Chris. As always, your streams are exceptional. Thank you, much appreciated. glad you like it here. Oh yeah, the pelt with, I remember that story. Oh, interesting. So we get some interesting workload information here. Hopefully the book is a bit less dry than Nature of Middle-earth. Yeah, Nature of Middle-earth, in contrast, good that you mentioned that, is more an academic book. Like, this is a book I would not recommend reading if you are not very deep into Tolkien and can kind of, I will not make sense out of it, but what do you say in German? I would say einordnen. The like bring the books into some kind of order, or you understand the context in what text was written. I think that is very important, because I feel you can of course do this, and it's not wrong to do this, but you have to keep in mind that it's sometimes a bit more complicated than simply saying, well, in Nature of Middle-earth it says this and that, and this is now a fact. You know, sometimes these texts and schemes and all the math in this book and so on that Tolkien did had a specific context. Sometimes this context was already abandoned again or never completed in a larger context, or in context of like a published work and being consistent with this published work, like The Lord of the Rings. And you kind of need this extra stuff. I can definitely see that some people might see Nature of Middle-earth as a very dry book, but I found it's definitely, I really like the book, I have to admit. A lot of fascinating, interesting details are in it, but it's definitely not a book in comparison with this book here, with The Fall of Númenor. Nature of Middle-earth is a book I would recommend reading very late, like in the reading order. It's definitely on the level of the History of Middle-earth books. This new book is more, I think, I wouldn't call it a casual book, because it still covers some complex topics, but I would say it's in between like a casual novel read and the more academic side of the Nature of Middle-earth, if that makes sense. Like it has a middle ground between this. That's at least my impression so far. I could be wrong. Like I said, I only have the book also a few hours already on my computer and had not much time to read completely through it. I just skipped a bit through it and can just give you my first impression. But there are definitely my impressions here that the book has it. It certainly has a nice cover. Somebody asked how are the illustration in the book. Like, if you like the classic Alan Lee illustrations, then I think a book got you covered. Let me just, I forgot which thing it is. Like, there is exclamation mark FON or exclamation mark source, and you get a link, and then you can see a reading example. Like in German, it's Leseprobe, which translates to a reading example. It's an extract of the book, like a few pages. So this is the official artwork, the cover of the book. And if we scroll through it, you got a lot of a few these black and white Alan Lee, I think it's pencil illustration, which I really like. I like those. Yeah, this one is, I really like that. It's a bit small here in this. But yeah, you also got stuff like this here, which I assume could be the destruction of one of Morgoth's fortresses, I assume. Also, Alan is pretty good at drawing boats, in my opinion. And you got those. I don't have permissions for those artworks, so I just can show you in the context of what is published on the internet anyway. And just say, yeah, look at this, check the books. I only have, I said, unfortunately, I don't have my physical copy yet of the book. So I can only tell you what is how it looks in the digital copy. And I assume it will be very similar as always, how the books look. A digital copy, as said, everything is linked in this thing, so you can click on the footnotes and it jumps you to the footnote and back. If you click on the footnote thing again, pretty decent. Let me just go through it. I would love to show you some Alan Lee artworks. But as I said, the only Alan Lee artworks I have are this here in the preview. But yeah, overall, yeah, there's this one here. In the beginning, most of the ancient high elves still remained. Most of these, yeah, probably the destruction of Angband. We have the boat. Stuff is destroyed. It also looks pretty cool. There's also, I'm not sure who made this Numenor map. Could be one of Tolkien's map. I think a few of Tolkien's maps are also published here in this book. A lot of pencil artworks, it seems. And if you like the Alan Lee pencil style, oh, that one is really gorgeous. I like that one a lot. So unfortunately, I can show it to you. Currently browsing to my digital copy of it. Of language. Oh, that is also a nice one. So yeah, I like the artworks, but so far it seems a lot of his pencil style artworks. If you like those, then yeah, there's a lot of very good artworks in it in that regard. If you want more colored one, you could maybe argue, just skipping a bit through it right now, that there are far less colored artwork, fully colored artworks in comparison to the penciled one. Is it pencil? Yeah, I think it is. I have a Numenorian boat, that's also awesome. The colored one. Never trust about. Yeah, I spelled it wrong. Maybe I can correct it. I had very little time to prepare the bot. But good that you noticed this. Numenor is of course wrong. F-O-N. We might need this link in the future more often. I hope it was the only typo I had in the message. At least the link should work. It's a very long link. I hope does the link work? Does anybody click on it? Yeah, go to site. Yeah, it works. Okay, good. That was probably the most important part. Also, exclamation mark source should also work. Oh, I have it. In case people want to see the preview of Nature of Middle-earth, exclamation mark nome. Nature of Middle-earth. There is a preview link. I'm not sure if it still works, to be honest, because old, but no, it still works. That is neat, I have to admit. Good that I saved that. That's good. Chris did something right. But yeah, it already looks Nature of Middle-earth already looks a bit drier with all the date math that Tolkien did and stuff like that. It's fascinating though of course there's I'm also not the hugest my interest in the time scales and so it's not that big, so but it's not like every book is completely full of the timescape stuff. Why does this not work? I don't know. I can only go into this direction. But yeah, it was Nature of Middle-earth. Oh, Andy Knight is here. Hi, Chris. Shall I ask the wife for the book for Christmas or not worth it? I feel I'm just adding to my Tolkien books for the sake of it. Yeah, it's a really good question. In my opinion, it depends on how deep you are into Tolkien, because, like, if Nature of Middle-earth is too academic, this book is far less academic, the Fall of Númenor, in this context, and has no new text. So if you know every other book by heart, you probably don't need this book, in my opinion. But if you like to read about the Second Age, and especially maybe in, I guess it's a controversial topic, the Rings of Power show, and how it was actually in the books, and you have everything in one place, instead have to compose all the information out of 5 different books or so, which would be the Silmarillion, Unfinished Tales, Lord of the Rings, Appendix A, B, and maybe the other ones, and the books, Lord of the Rings itself, which like the Council of Elrond, also has Second Age information. Peoples of Middle-earth, and I don't know, did I forget the Notion Club papers, plus the Lost Road and other writings. That would be book 5. And so on and so forth. Yeah, if you want everything in one place, I could imagine, if you are into the Second Age stuff, I would argue, yeah, it's potentially worth it. It's, in my opinion, a competently made book, and has some nice L&E artwork in it, though, as I just noticed, a lot of is penciled, like in this pencil style, not like only very few artworks, at least while browsing through it. There are definitely colored artworks in it, don't get me wrong, but the amount of colored artworks versus penciled artworks is that's a huge difference in between those in quantity. I would say for every 4 penciled artworks, there's 1 colored one, maybe like that, or even for every 5. Still, the book is also, as said, very good at, like, the small written stuff is comment by Brian Sibley. What is written in these big letters, the bigger font type or font size here, is written by Tolkien, so you can distinguish it. You have these footnotes and can jump to them and know where something is written, plus additional information and so on. So from my perspective, pretty great. Okay, thanks. Unfinished Tales, my favorite. I'll get some socks instead. Okay. But yeah, kind of interesting to see. Are there more questions in chat about maybe this book or other stuff? And I said, if you want to look a bit into the first few pages of the book, !fon or !FON or !source brings up a link to the preview. It's a bit.ly link because the link was too big, it didn't fit into the thing. And then you can get an impression yourself of it. I got it from a German book site. So yeah, pretty nice. But yeah, the basic idea is, as said, and just don't want to repeat myself too often here, but it takes the tales of years from the Second Age, from Lord of the Rings, and just adds a lot of additional information to every entry of it. And so Brian Sibley definitely tries to tell the story of each year, if that makes sense. And so far it seems he did a pretty decent job doing so. But yeah, of course, if Unfinished Tales is your favorite book, you probably know a lot of it already. There's, of course, some additions from Nature of Middle-earth, some texts. For example, here in this book, the text is called, it is in part 3. It's called Note on the Delay of Gil-galad and the Numenorians. That is also almost like a 2 sentence or so are missing, I feel. Beside that, the complete text is also in this book. And one thing I want to look into is definitely Galadriel, because she is a very interesting topic. Yeah, for example, also maybe in case you mentioned Unfinished Tales. In Unfinished Tales, in the chapter of history of Galadriel and Celeborn, we have one version, we have multiple versions there, but one version where how Celebrimbor dies. That is, for example, also in this book already. But as you said, if you like Unfinished Tales, you already know the story behind that anyway. But yeah, here we can read. Let me just see. This Celebrimbor revealed, because neither the 7 nor the 9 did he value as he valued the 3. The 7 and the 9 were made in Sauron's aid, whereas the 3 were made by Celebrimbor alone, with a different power and purpose. Concerning the 3 rings, Sauron could learn nothing from Celebrimbor, and he had him put to death. But he guessed the truth that the 3 had been committed to elvish guardians, and that must been to Galadriel and Gil-galad. In black anger, he turned back to battle, and bearing as a banner Celebrimbor's body hung upon a pole shot through with orc arrows, he turned upon the forces of Elrond, and so on and so forth. And then we have also an artwork of that. A cruel artwork showing this, drawn by Alan Lee in pencil. Pretty good artwork, in my opinion. A bit of the battle and so on. So yeah, pretty cool to learn these stories that maybe people who have not read Unfinished Tales know that so well by heart. Might be interested in. And yeah, it's the same text. Like here, Shippy just quotes the complete text here from. I'm very curious because these years are so interesting. Let's jump to the year 1200, where it basically starts. Just have to find the page now. It's for introduction. Where is it? Tale of Years. I must have missed it, because I'm a foolish person and sometimes I'm blind. Here, the Tale of Years. 1200. And then we search for Galadriel, because that's the thing I have not looked into it yet. And we might, as a final part of the stream, look into this particular detail. Sauron used all his arts upon Celebrimbor and his fellow smiths, who had formed a society or brotherhood very powerful in the region, the Gwais y Myrdain, but he worked in secret, unknown to Galadriel and Celeborn. Before long, Sauron had the Gwais y Myrdain under his influence, for at first they had great profit from his instruction in secret matters of their craft. That's definitely a text where Galadriel appears. I'm just very curious how Ascension. Oh, there was a question about somebody else. I wonder if Amazon could get the rights to it. Would be helpful. It would be for sure helpful. I agree on you on that. Let me see. It's also saying that no records are now left. Later voyages of Eldarion. Oh, that is interesting. That's an interesting detail. I'm just remember now. It's also stated that no record are now left of the later voyages that Aldarion made, but that it is known that he went much on land as well as sea, and went up the river Guaslo as far as Tharbad, and there met Galadriel. There is no mention elsewhere of this meeting, but at the time Galadriel and Celeborn were dwelling in Eregion, at no great distance from Tharbad. This is a very interesting detail. So, as said, Galadriel and Celeborn are characters. Maybe if you want to learn a bit more about the problems with Galadriel in the Second Age, I made a video about that. There will be more videos completing Galadriel's story, kind of, and trying to work out all the versions and problems with her. Will take some time to complete that, but yeah, it's in case you're interested in this. And Galadriel is a character that came relatively late and was invented relatively late by Tolkien. As a result, he had to retroactively, I'm not sure if that's the correct word, add her to the lore. And that, as you can imagine, causes problems when your lore is so complex. And you have now a very significant character that needs to have like a very important role, potentially even in the First Age. And then now she comes into your writings, and you have to find a place for her that it's kind of fitting. And Tolkien had a lot of trouble with that, let's put it that way. And so in this regard, it's very interesting to see. Okay, he includes it here in the year 750. That is very unusual. Okay, he definitely mentioned some details. For example, that Gil-galad gave some of them, like Gil-galad received, let me see which year this was. I think it's year 32, right? Seems like it. Might be a later note, but Brian Sibley includes it here in the year 32 when the Numenorians settled. What I'm talking about is the Melorn trees. Its fruit was a nut with a silver shale. I'm not sure if it's pronounced shale, to be honest. In German, it would be Schale. It's the same, the words are related. And some were given as a gift by Tar Aldarion, the sixth king. It makes sense in this context, to Gil-galad of Lindon. Tar Aldarion, though, lived not in this time, but the text was written in this context of this time. Now I get it, okay. They did not take root in that land, but Gil-galad gave some to his kinswoman Galadriel, and under her power they grew and flourished in the guarded land of Lothlorien beside the river Anduin, until the high elves at last left Middle-earth, but they did not reach the height or girth, not sure if that's how correctly pronounced, of the great groves of Numenor. So that is very interesting that he includes these information. And in 750, Galadriel is also mentioned. Galadriel became aware that Sauron, again, as in ancient days of the captivity of Melkor, aka Morgoth, had been left behind. Or rather, since Sauron had as yet no single name, and his operations had not been perceived to proceed from a single evil spirit, prime servant of Melkor, she perceived that there was an evil controlling purpose on board in that world, and that it seemed to proceed from a source further to the east beyond Eriador and the Misty Mountains. Celeborn and Galadriel therefore went eastwards about the year 700 of the Second Age, and established the primary, but by no means solely, Noldorin realm of Eregion. It may be that Galadriel chose it because she knew of the dwarves of Khazad-dûm Moria. So that is very interesting. So Brian Sibley, in what he does with Galadriel, he seems to really include all the versions of that. So he really focuses on trying to tell a narrative here. What is very important here in this particular context is that if we go to the Lord of the Rings, to the Tale of Years, Second Age, we can read the following. The Noldor were great craftsmen and less unfriendly to the dwarves than the Sindar, but the friendship that grew up between the people of Durin and the elven smiths of Eregion was the closest that there has ever been between the two races. Celebrimbor was lord of Eregion and greatest of the craftsmen. He was descendant from Feanor. 750, it also says Eregion founded by the Noldor. No mention of Galadriel in any of these Lord of the Rings texts, which is very interesting. However, he also mentions, of course, that it should fit to the Silmarillion, and in the Silmarillion, the text, and to my knowledge, actually mentions Galadriel. I just have to find it, which is not that easy here. There are a lot more Eregion mentions in the Silmarillion than I expected. It was in Eregion that the counsels of Sauron were mostly gladly received. No, it must be the right page here I'm on. No, it's not mentioned in the Silmarillion. Then it's really strange that he included this text, in my opinion. Very strange. Oh, Rosie Gumcheese here. Welcome. Somebody got timed out again. Be right back. Why do I need to get timed out for that? Ah, no. You forget it was the other message and you forgot a dot again. Full stop. Okay, that is unfair. You can't write a message to Sheldie Henron because he thinks Sheldie Henron is a link. Okay, that's really unfortunate. Sorry for that. It's really unfortunate. I missed. Oh, never mind. It's still going. Yeah, of course. Welcome, Rosie. Nice to see you here. But yeah, it's in this context, it's very interesting. I have to admit that Tom Shippey, I want to say again, Brian Sibley again includes this version here. I was pretty sure that Galadriel was also mentioned in the context of Eregion. It seems like she was not. Okay, that is unusual. I did not expect that, because Galadriel is definitely a very big problem, like to form some kind of narrative out of her. Especially that he includes this in the year 750. Because in this particular text that we can read here, that he quotes, and established about the year 700 of the second, and established the Noldorin realm of Eregion. There's a note to it, though. with reference to the date 700 being at variance with the date of 750 given in Appendix B, the tale of years for the foundation of Eregion, as noted on page 256, note 13 above. Caution is needed with regard to the complexities of the histories of Galadriel and Celeborn. Eregion, which men called Hollin, was situated east of the river Bruin in Loudwater, and within the shadow of the Misty Mountains, in particular the mighty peak of Caradhras, one of the three great mountains beneath which the dwarvish clan of Durin's folk had built the great city of Khazad-dûm. It's very interesting that he includes this particular information here. I'm almost surprised by it, to be honest. Because what is interesting about this particular text that we have in the year 750, that Celebrimbor is actually not really mentioned in this text. Only a bit like in the first passage of this text with the foundation. Yeah, here's what I mean. Galadriel and Celeborn had in their company a Noldorin craftsman named Celebrimbor, said to have been one of the survivors of Gondolin, who had been among Turgon's greatest artificers. I'm not sure if that's how it's pronounced. Celebrimbor had an almost dwarvish obsession with crafts, and he soon became the chief artificer of Eregion, into a close relationship with the dwarves of Khazad-dûm, among whom his great friend was Narvi. Both elves of the dwarves had great profit from this ascension, so that Eregion became far stronger and Khazad-dûm far more beautiful than either would have done alone, which is one of my favorite quotes from this section, by the way. The building of the chief city of Eregion, Ost-Inithil, fortress of the Eldar, was begun about the year 750 of the Second Age. The date was given in the tale of years for the founding of Eregion by the Noldor, C5. And yeah, and I think here's a lot of commentary now by Brian Sibley. In the year 750, Celebrimbor established in Eregion a brotherhood of elven master craftsmen called Gwais Imirdain. Translates to the people of the jewelsmiths. It is written in the Silmarillion that they surpassed in cunning, and all have ever wrought, save only Feanor himself. And indeed, greatest in skill among them was Celebrimbor. Narvi was a dwarvish craftsman whose workship in collaboration with Celebrimbor would be discovered by the Fellowship of the Ring when they sought a way through Moria. They had confronted by closed and hidden doors whose presence is eventually revealed by the light of the rising moon, together with the graven emblems of the House of Durin and Feanor, wrought of Ithildin that mirrors only starlight and moonlight, together with inscription in the elven tongue of the west of Middle-earth in the elder days. The doors of Durin, Lord of Moria, speak friend and enter. I, Narvi, made them. Celebrimbor of Hollin drew these signs. The signs and inscription were evidence of the supreme fortune that once has been possessed by the dwarfs of Khazad-dûm, as Gandalf explained, and so on and so forth. That's really interesting, I have to admit. Very curious. Now that is only the section. It's very strange that he includes this particular text, because in my opinion, this particular Celebrimbor Narvi would have made so much more sense than Elrond, Durin the Fourth, and Rings of Power. So bring them the show. Yeah, probably you are right, but to be honest, I don't mind the relationship. I really kind of liked it, but I agree, it probably would have made more sense that way. Then Median. So he definitely goes with Galadriel in Eregion. This in of itself makes sense. The reason why I find this particular passage strange is because it actually contradicts that Celebrimbor is Lord of Eregion. Like, he's it seems like he found it, and Galadriel is not mentioned in The Lord of the Rings. There is a source, though, in case people wonder about this, called The Road Goes Ever On, which is like a song-poem collection of Tolkien, which he did in collaboration with Mr. Donald, I think is his name. Let me see if I find the passage I'm looking for. And here in this particular passage, this is published by Tolkien, which is why it's important. It has a little bit of lore information, if that makes sense, in it. I screwed up, chat. Almost killed my program here. No. Go to the first page. Currently, I'm too stupid to find the passage. In case people, what is he doing there? Maybe I should. No, I don't want to save it. Strange. She passed over the mountains of Ered Luin with her husband Celeborn, one of the Sindar, and went to Eregion. So that is the first thing. It's important to say here in this particular context, like that it says she passed over the mountains of the Blue Mountains, Ered Luin, with her husband Celeborn, one of the Sindar, and founded Eregion. That is not what is written here. They went there, so it seems it already existed. It seems, though, in this version, it's kind of implied that Celeborn and Galadriel were not the founders of Eregion in this particular version. What is important in this context here is that Tolkien published this The Road Goes Ever On thing. It was published either 67 or 68. I can't remember the number always. Let's go up. Here it says 67, I think. Let's look it up online, like it's probably the easiest way. I think I'm not sure. One version was published earlier than the other, like the UK or the even US version. '67 in the US, interestingly, and 68 according to Tolkien Gateway in the UK, which is kind of strange. Sorry, back again, mental problems. Hope you are better now. We're all mad here. That's kind of true, I have to admit. Yeah, it's a good question why Celeborn. Like, Celeborn is also a character that was invented potentially later than Galadriel, even. A little bit, at least. Because we can, like, I think in an early, there's a note of Tolkien from the time when he was writing Lord of the Rings, where it seems like Tolkien thought about that Elrond is a husband of Galadriel, not Celeborn. But he invented then Celeborn later. And if Celeborn is now a Teler, a Sindar, or whatever, It's really hard to say. It's just multiple versions of him. He's not a very fleshed out character, let's put it that way. That's always a problem when you retroactively try to fit characters into your already existing works. Yeah, especially his parentage and so on. That's complicated. Teleporno, yeah. Good old teleporno. However, my point is, that is definitely a thing. I'm kind of surprised that that Brian Sibley went in the Fall of Middle Earth, Fall of Númenor, went with this particular version, because I feel like this text passage it has a lot of important information in it, which is a problem with it, I guess. But it has also the information that here in this version, Galadriel and Celeborn founded Eregion, and that is nowhere not stated elsewhere. Like usually it's Celebrimbor is usually the founder, according to Lord of the Rings, and potentially it's not even hinted in the book from 67, which is can be considered a late writing of Tolkien. So in this context, I'm very surprised to see this particular text passage published in the Fall of Númenor, to be honest, because I feel like this could feel a bit confusing for a lot of people, and it's really that I find I'm a bit surprised by that. It's not a big deal, to be honest, but in the Galadriel video of the future, we will discuss this in a lot of detail. Why I find this surprising when we get to Eregion, because for me it's like impossible to form like a timeline out of this. I mean, Tom Sibley, wow, I'm not sure what's his name. Brian Sibley hints at that there's an immense complexity to this particular matter with Galadriel's role in the Second Age, as I also read a moment ago. But yeah, it's very interesting. It's interesting that he mentioned that, I don't mind though, because it's an interesting, nice detail, that Aldarion might have met Galadriel. That is very interesting. And yeah, he tells the story further, like in this version of the story, and here we come, somebody at the beginning asks if the book is like a canonical canon or whatever. Here we enter a realm where like there is no canon really. So what he's writing here is definitely not wrong, and he goes for a certain narrative, but it should be noted that there are other narratives of the story. Like in my head, Celebrimbor always founds Eregion, and maybe together with Galadriel and Celeborn, or they just went there as well. And because of their high status, they also had a high status and position in Eregion while living there. That's usually how I see it. And then he started crafting the rings, and Galadriel didn't like that he was in contact with this Anatar guy. And then there was a dissension between them, and Galadriel left, while Celeborn also moved a bit out of the way, if that makes sense. And my fear is not a fear, but I assume that he might combine the information here. It does not really seem like it. That's interesting. In the days of the Second Age, when Sauron had withdrawn to Mordor, and before the time that he had begun to send emissaries to Eregion, that must be... it's also mentioned Unfinished Tales. Eregion, the power of Galadriel and Celeborn had grown, and Galadriel assisted in this by her friendship to the dwarves of Moria. With the dwarves of Moria, had come into contact with the Nandarin realm of Lorinand, afterwards called Lorien and Lothlorien, on the other side of the Misty Mountain. that sentence was missing. This was peopled by those elves who forsook the great journey of the Eldar from Cuivienen, a very complicated topic, and settled in the woods of the Vale of the Anduin. These elves had no princes or rulers and led their lives free of care while all Morgoth's power was contained in the northwest. Galadriel, striving to counteract the machinations of Sauron, was successful in Lorinand, while in Lindon Gil-galad shut out Sauron's emissaries and even Sauron himself. But Sauron had better fortune with the Noldor of Eregion, and especially with Celebrimbor, who desired in his heart. That's interesting. So in this version, in secret, unknowing, Celebrimbor had this contact, and for whatever reason, Galadriel now here in this interpretation of combining these complex versions, he went to Galadriel kind of had contact with Lorinand or Lothlorien, and managed that they don't get into contact with Sauron, which is very interesting. That's an interesting interpretation of the story. He perceived at once that Galadriel, but she's still in Eregion in this version here. Yeah, who is desired and hard to rival the skill of Fëanor. In Eregion, Sauron posed as an emissary of the Valar, sent by them to Middle-earth, thus anticipating the Istari, or ordered by them to remain there to give aid to the elves. He perceived at once that Galadriel would be his chief adversary and obstacle, and he endeavored therefore to placate her, bearing her scorn with outward patience and courtesy. So great. Here's something left out, I think. Christopher Tolkien notes with the body of the passage, no explanation is offered in this rapid outline of why Galadriel scorned Sauron unless she saw through his disguise, or of why, if she did perceive his true nature, she permitted him to remain in Eregion. This is potentially also what the show plays a little bit upon, in my opinion. But I just could imagine she had a bad feeling about this guy and felt like he might not be who he pretends to be, but she did not know that he is Sauron. That's usually how I interpret this section. So great became his hold on the Gwais y Myrdain that at length he persuaded them to revolt against Galadriel and Celeborn to seize power in Eregion. And that was at some time between 3550 and 1350 and 1400 of the Second Age. Galadriel thereupon left Eregion and passed through Khazad-dûm to Lorinand, taking with her Amra. Oh, that is a strange one. He did not let this passage out. So here we come to okay, she just that surprises me greatly, to be honest. Galadriel thereupon left Eregion and passed through Khazad-dûm to Lorinand, taking with her Amros and Celebrian, but Celeborn would not enter the mansions of the dwarves, and he remained behind in Eregion, disregarded by Celebrimbor. In this version that is quoted here, Galadriel has not only a daughter, she also has a son, Amros. Wonder if I should get this book. Like I said, it depends a little bit on your. It depends a bit on your knowledge of unfinished tales, I would say, and your interest in learning more about the Second Age. I think it's a very decent book, very interesting for a lot of people who probably don't have read everything and put like a lot of work into kind of understanding all these texts and putting them into the context of when they were written and so on. It's not as academic as some of the other books, if that makes sense. And that is, of course, perfectly fine and the intention. I would definitely see this as a very interesting book, but I'm very surprised that Brian Sibley did not retcon Amros out of it, because that opens like Pandora's box. Now Galadriel in this version has a son called Amros. So for people wondering, and Tolkien tried to combine a lot of details, and in The Lord of the Rings, Tolkien writes about Amros. There's a poem about Amros, or I'm not sure if Amros is. Amros is definitely mentioned. He's mentioned in Appendix B as well, but in the Third Age thing. And there's mentioned that Amros and Nimrodel are lost. That's the story how Dol Amros is named and how he drowns and so on, which we find not in the Lord of the Rings, but somewhere else. What am I doing here? Maybe should look from this side, right? Yeah, so there is, I think it's Legolas, yeah, who sings a song about this Lothlorien. And there's a line in it called, Amros beheld the fading shore now low beyond the swell, and cursed the faceless ship that bore him far from Nimrodel. Of old he was an elven king, a lord of tree and glen, when golden were the boughs in spring in fair Lothlorien. So it definitely implies that Amros was an elven king. He is mentioned in Lord of the Rings in this particular song that is mentioned here. And so on and so forth. But in no word in the whole Lord of the Rings it is mentioned that Amros is Galadriel's son. It seems also kind of strange that he would be. Like, why would he be the son? So, yeah, that is very surprising to me that this is included. If Dol is can mean something like hill or mountain, if that makes sense. Het, hill, mountain. Like in the context of Dol Amros, let's see. Yeah, Dol is hill, Amros upclimber. But it means the name Amros means upclimber, it seems, and it's the hill of Amros, Dol Amros. Yeah, I agree. I fully agree with you. I'm also not the hugest fan that Amros is the son of Galadriel. That's why I'm so surprised that that Brian Sibley goes or quotes this version here that Tolkien wrote. I mean, technically, here it's not mentioned that it is her son. It just says Amros comes with her and Celebrian, her daughter. Why? I'm just very curious. We have to look deeper into that, chat. Taking her Amros. Let me just see. Though Galadriel deemed it her duty to remain in Middle-earth while Sauron was still unconquered, she determined to leave Lorinand and to dwell near the sea. She committed Lorinand to Amros, and passing again through Moria with Celebrian, she came to Imladris, seeking Celeborn. There Elrond, I think, met Celebrian. And it was then that Elrond first saw Celebrian and loved her, though he said nothing of it. See my Who is Elrond video part 2. There, they dwelt in Belfalas at the place that was afterwards called Dol Amros. There Amros, their son, at times visited them. It is mentioned, okay, here's the definitely mentioned. There Amros, their son, at times visited them, and their company was swelled by Nandurin elves from Loriland. It was not until far on in the Third Age, when Amros was lost and Loriland was in peril, that Galadriel returned there in the years. That's a very unusual version. I have to admit, this is not my favorite version of the complete text here. Yeah, Ammon, of course, also can mean hill and so on. It might be that Dol has like a specific character to it, because Dol and Tol are very similar. Like in Tol in Quenya means island, like Tol Eressëa or so. Also, maybe it and Dol Amros is kind of, what do you call it? In German we say Halbinsel, peninsula or something like that. Maybe it's like a hill on a peninsula or something like this, in a very specific context, but I would have looked into the meaning further into it, just a theory. I have to go enjoy the rest of the stream. Tschüss. Yeah, thank you for staying so long, Mark. I hope you enjoyed the stream. Tolkien was always tinkering with his writing, so I'm okay to see his thought process, even if to go with Final Published LotR and Silmarillion only. Yeah, for sure. It is definitely something that Tolkien wrote. Oh boy. That is very interesting, I have to admit. So the texts are completely published here. And he goes with the Galadriel goes to Loriland. I mean, in a strange way, one has to admit, like, let's look at this from the perspective of somebody who wants to write a narrative, even though it's not my favorite version of the narrative. The problem is here that only in this version we have like, what do you call it? In German it would say Zwischenstopp. Stop over. A breakpoint maybe is a good point. A breakpoint or halt in between. I really have to look this up. Galadriel's journey. Like if we now it's time. Now it's map time. I feel. Though map time might be difficult. Is this Van Gordon? No, it's Lorien. Okay. It's a bit difficult to fit everything here on the screen. Maybe I have to make the map a bit smaller. Yeah, a stopover, something like that. So the problem is a bit that, let's say, Eregion is here, and we know Galadriel went to Middle Earth somewhere, maybe to Lindon, maybe to Nenuyal, which is a lake. It's further up here in the north. It's not on the map. Where is Nenuyal? Oh no, Chad, my arrow is gone. Mr. Arrow, where are you? Okay, found it. Here. Nenuyal. That's his lake. Maybe they were there. And then they somehow went to Eregion around 700 or so. Waypoint on a route. Yeah, basically that. A waypoint. Yeah, that's maybe kind of what I mean. And then Galadriel goes maybe to Lorien. She has to go to Lorien because in the most common of the versions I would consider makes most sense, she gets the ring Nenya here in Lorien, where she's visited by Celebrimbor, when Celebrimbor visits her, and he gives her the ring. The problem is she can't stay. It makes very little sense for Galadriel to stay in Lorien, because she only takes Lorien as her realm in the Third Age, around the year 1900, 200, something, 2000 or 1981, something like this. But in the Third Age, not the Second. So in this version, though, we have a version where Galadriel goes to, I don't know, Belfalas and I don't know, these regions here, which is down here. And there's also Ithelond, I think it's called, like a haven of the of some elves and so on, that's mentioned somewhere. So it makes kind of sense that Galadriel's here, and then Galadriel later returns to Lorien in this version. I would argue it's the only version that makes kind of sense, that Galadriel went here, went back, like, I forgot to stop. She went back through Moria and then went up to Rivendell, and there Elrond met Celebrian for the first time. Is it possible that I didn't hit? Yeah, here is Imladris, Rivendell, not up there. That is wrong. That is close to Mount Gram or something like that. However, in this version, she needs like a son. And as said, it's not mentioned in Lord of the Rings at all that Galadriel had a son in the form of Amros. So it's interesting that Brian Sibley solves this whole chronology problem by making this. And yeah, for like in my favorite version, Galadriel goes to Lorien, and then we don't know what happens to her next, because she does not have like a son and so on. So yeah, I know we know Galadriel must be at some point in Lothlorien, but as said, she needs a waypoint before that. And in this version, we have this, I don't know, somewhere down here, this waypoint where Galadriel could have lived there. The problem is, in the only version where this waypoint exists, that is that Brian Sibley quotes here in the form that she committed Lorinan to Amros, and passing again through Moria with Celebrian, then she went there, and so forth, and so forth, and so on and so forth, and then from Imladris and went little inhabited lands between the mouths of Gwathlo and Aether Anduin. There they dwelt in Belfalas, at a place that afterwards was called Dol Amros. There Amros, their son, at times visited them, and so on. So that is a very strange version. Reference Amros. Very interesting. Celebrian was the daughter of Galadriel and Celeborn at the point in the creation of Tolkien's Legendarium from which this narrative thread dates. Amros was named as her brother. At a later stage, that genealogy... it's hard to say word. Genealogy. I need to listen to this for a moment. Oh no, there's no example of the pronunciation. Genealogy. Okay, that's how I pronounce it. Sorry for that. That genealogy... Can't say the word. Genealogy. Why is it so hard to say? Genealogy. That genealogy was changed. As Christopher Tolkien notes, Unfinished Tales, page 240. If Amros were indeed thought as of son of Galadriel and Celeborn when Lord of the Rings was written, so important a connection could hardly have escaped mention, and because it is not mentioned there. In a variant narrative, Amros would become the last king of Lorien, inherited the kingship on the death of his father Amdir, also called Malgalad in one version, in the Battle of Dargolad. See year Second Age 3434. The unfinished tales scripts for Tolkien included a short tale dating from 1969 or later, entitled "Part of the Legend from Nimrodel, from Amros and Nimrodel, recounted in brief." With regard to Celebon's refusal to pass through Khazad-dûm, the assumption must be that either he eventually crossed into the east by way of one of the passes over the Misty Mountains, or via the Gap of Kalinarzon, later known as Gap of Rohan. So yeah, it's definitely mentioned here, which is a very fascinating thing here. I'm very curious because Brian Sibley mentions the year 300, 340, 34. I'm very curious if he mentions this story here as well. So it's not like he leaves this completely uncommented. Genealogy. Thank you, R.S. Aurelian. Now it's too late, though. Yeah, for sure. He went with his version to... I also do the same mistake as you often, because probably I made the mistake and you adopted it. Sorry for that. I said multiple times I called Brian Sibley Brian Shippey or Tom Shippey. It's just very confusing for whatever reason. Can there only be one unique name? Elf name? Yeah, usually elf names are all unique. That's also a reason why Glorfindel from the first age must be the same Glorfindel as from the third age. Tolkien wrote somewhere. Might be a mistake, and Tolkien had to now deal with it, but Tolkien's idea was something, it went into this direction. Oh, that's interesting, because in this passage here, Orofer is also mentioned, which is also from these weird versions. And Malgalat is also mentioned, Amdir of Lorien. That's very interesting what Brian Sibley does here. I have to admit though, I love Glorfindel. Who does not love Glorfindel? And also always want to appreciate that Sara Morello gave me access to her art, fantastic artwork. Pretty awesome. But yeah, it seems like they combine like a lot of versions. So, I mean, if even Brian Sibley has to basically combine those texts with each other that kind of contradict each other, because suddenly, I mean, in the text, Amros is, I think, not even mentioned. Maybe he extracted him from it. I'm not sure, though. That is so interesting. I mean, I can totally understand, because it is, in my opinion, impossible to form like a somewhat coherent chronology out of all of this. A big tapestry by with Glorfindel portrayed by Sara Morello. That would be awesome. Yeah. Or like a big. I would also take like a big poster or something like that. The original drawing or in big as a picture for the wall. Would be pretty awesome. But yeah, interesting, because in my opinion, as said, it's impossible to form like a coherent narrative out of this absolute chaos that the Second Age is when it comes to Galadriel, Celeborn, Celebrimbor, and Amros. Like, it's just a nightmare. I have to say, I really like the Amdir and Orofer version, that they don't want to listen to a Noldor king and so on. It's just so complicated, and so I don't blame him here. I just find it interesting how he tried to solve this. So here he probably had a lot of trouble portraying this and had to decide, I guess, for a version. And I think he decided for the version that made most sense for him, and I can't blame him for that. Because it's just so difficult to construct a narrative out of this mess that are multiple contradicting versions of these events. Yeah, probably even to Tolkien himself, I would say you have to hand it to construct a narrative out of that kind of works, because it's just, it just is not done. I pointed the arrow to Iselond. Like, this is Iselond, and Dol Amros is, I think, this little peninsula here, right? And in the text it says where Dol Amros later, so it should be on this peninsula, but I just wanted to hint that Iselond is close, so that's maybe why they went there. I think Christopher Tolkien mentions Iselond in a note, like, as well as that he suspects they potentially went there because in this region, in theory, other Sindar elves and so on could have lived. So yeah, this is pretty interesting. But yeah, I think we went into a lot of detail today, covering the Fall of Númenor. I hope I could answer a lot of your questions, chat. Maybe if you have questions, feel free to ask. I would slowly wrap it up for today. We are streaming for a few hours now. 3. I think that's a good length for a video like this. And we have to see where we go from here. There will be more streams though. But I feel like, now as a final conclusion, would I recommend this book? Definitely for people who want a narrative of all of this that for the most part makes sense in the, like, it's impossible to make sense out of all of it because it's simply not done by Tolkien. I like the structure of the book. I like the idea behind the book, and I would definitely recommend it to people who want to learn more about this Second Age. We haven't even looked into Numenor at all. Like, I don't know. I'm just currently in my knowledge of stuff, I'm very focused on Galadriel and all this stuff. That's why I found this interesting to see how he solved this, simply because it is, I need this for video, basically, so my knowledge is pretty decent currently when it comes to these particular details. And Numenor is a whole different beast in this context. But I feel like Numenor is also for the most part, much more straightforward, if that makes sense, when you want to compose like a narrative out of it. Also looking, there was a question about a king. I forgot which king it was though. Tilperion. Tar Tilperion. Let me just see. He's mentioned a few times in the text. Interesting. So when he goes a bit through Numenor and shows basically there's a list of kings of Numenor, if that makes sense. Or not a list, but in each stage also says king and queens of Numenor. Tar Tilperion, born 2nd age 1320, died 2nd age 1731, aged 411, rule from 5556 to 1731, 175 years. She was the second ruling queen of Numenor. She was long-lived, for the women of Numenorians had the longer life or laid down their lives less easily, and she would wed with no man. During the reign of Tar Tilperion, momentous events were unfold in Middle-earth. And there's a note later there. Tar Surion, Tar second queen, Tar Minas Tirith, Tar Kiryatan, and so on and so forth. That's like the list. 1700. Although the date of 1700 given for this intervention by Tar Minas Tirith is clearly established in the Legendarium, it is at variance with the dates given for the reign of his aunt, Queen Tilperion's second age 1556 to 1731. Christopher Tolkien wrote Unfinished Tales, page 226, note 9, I cannot in any way account for this discrepancy. It has been suggested that at the time Minas Tirith might have been acting on behalf of Queen Tar Tilperion, either as regent or possible as designated captain of the Queen's ships. His being giving the title king in accounts of the sending of the Numenorian fleet to aid the elves against Sauron might therefore be a case of chronicler retrospectively acknowledging Minas Tirith's later kingship. How is chronicler pronounced? Is this a word? It's really chronicler, right? I don't know. That's why it's not appearing here. I need this in English. Chronicler. Awesome, I said it right. You are saying it well. Awesome. Yeah, also the English, I consulted the Cambridge Dictionary. I know there's also the Oxford Dictionary, but there was a time where the Cambridge site was simply a bit better than the Oxford one, but the Oxford definitely caught up. Maybe I should switch or so, but I don't know. For my purpose, both work. So coming back to what is said here. So basically, there is a potentially date struggle, and it says basically that maybe in this case, let me read the sentence again. His giving the title king in accounts of the sending of the Numenorian fleet to aid the elves against Sauron might therefore be a case of the chronicler retrospectively acknowledging Minas Tirith's later kingship, even though at that point he had not taken up the scepter. So that's an interesting explanation. It could simply be that Tolkien made a mistake or something like that. It's for sure in the realm of the possibility, of the possible, because like if you have so many dates, there are more, like in the timeline of the Numenorian kings, there's another case, if I remember correctly, where there is something in the order strange. Yeah, that is how it is mentioned here. And as said, even when it comes to Galadriel, it's not like he puts in his version and leaves it without any comment. He gives us a footnote and says, this is basically much more complicated than maybe I put it here. There are different versions of this, and so on and so forth. So it is the same as in, for example, this version here where Tilpedian comes up, and he explains why that is, and he quotes Christopher Tolkien, who also stumbled upon this, the note in Unfinished Tales, and so on. So yeah, very, very interesting, very thorough approach here. Like, you definitely notice that he's a Tolkien scholar as well and knows his stuff. So that's interesting. I'm just very surprised he went with the Amros is Galadriel's son version here in this particular book and combines it. But I assume it's the only way to form out like a chronology. So if I would criticize something, is that I mean, it would be strange to make a book about the Second Age and then don't include Galadriel because you can't form a consistent chronology out of it. And it's just too complicated to make any sense out of all these versions anyway. So it always comes down to your personal preference and interpretation to some degree. But at least he acknowledges this and puts it in. So it's just like a very minor point of critique. And I know that a lot of people might find it strange that Galadriel has a son that is not named in Lord of the Rings. Though he is named in Lord of the Rings, but he is not mentioned to be being her son, which would be very strange, I guess. But okay, chat. Are there more questions? Yeah, dude, nice. I hope I pronounced your name also correctly. Nice, you like. Oh, greetings, my lovelies. Reflective Rambling is here. Welcome. Nice to see you. Make sure you hit the like button if you are popping in and out. If you're having a good golly, why haven't you subbed yet? That's true. If you are new here and enjoyed the stream, listening to it for over 3 hours, maybe consider pressing the subscribe button as well. We are in desperate need for more subscribers, I feel. But yeah, it's kind of unusual. Like, I remember when the Rings of Power show was going, like, I had a bazillion people always in the stream. Not a bazillion, but a lot of people were watching, often, especially at the beginning. And now the streams is now we are just the view numbers here on the stream are much, much smaller now. Which is kind of unfortunate, to be honest, especially that a lot of people consistently reminding me that I should not make too much Rings of Power content, and when I'm not doing it, they're not showing up. That's really unfortunate, in my opinion. So maybe as a final thing for the stream, we could make a little poll at the end, because I'm curious. What could we ask? Will you get the new Fall of Númenor book? Yes, no, probably we don't need more options. But I'm just curious what people think. That is sadly the way things. I mean, I had better view numbers, to be honest, on streams before the show, I guess, but I don't know. I hope people find this distantly interesting. Already pre-ordered? Awesome. Yeah, that's true. Love the cover. Yeah, the cover is pretty nice, I have to agree. Can you add a maybe choice? You had this topic all the time. Okay. We make a new poll, we add a maybe choice. Okay, sorry chat, we have to do a second poll. We'll get the book, yes, no, add option, maybe. Okay, I hope now all people are happy. Or undecided. No problem. Okay, second vote. Sorry for keeping you guys clicking here, but yeah, very curious what people think. Yeah, finding the right time to stream is always a bit difficult. Now for me it's past 12 already, and I think now a lot of people from the United States get home or something and maybe would have slowly getting into the realm of having time watching a stream. And yeah, it makes it always very difficult to find a good time. I just hope people maybe watch the VOD then afterwards or so. I'm from Germany. I need to read Unfinished Tales first. Unfinished Tales is a fantastic book. I really like. It's one of my favorite books, I would say, like outside of Lord of the Rings and stuff. Yeah, that's true. Currently on, like, I don't know, on Amazon, I think it's 20. The hard copy, like the physical copy, is in 20 euros currently. So I assume in the United States it's 20 euro. It's $20. I haven't checked. Maybe I can check for you in case people want. I feel like that's a decent price for a book. The digital copy is, in my opinion, it's more expensive than the book, though. Okay, I take everything back. It's kind of expensive. I mean, in German we have something like the so-called Buchpreisbindung. So it's $35 in the United States, that is kind of expensive, I have to admit. Okay, a lot of maybes, a few yes, but nobody says definitely no. Yeah, $34.99 on Amazon in the United States, so that should be round about the price you get it. In Germany, it's just 20, which is a pretty good price for the book, I have to admit. But as I said, in Germany, there's like a rule how expensive books are supposed to be, so probably you don't have that in the States. 20 is more like 26. No. Wait, what? How bad is the US dollar euro? What is the current thing? 20. What did I said? $20. It's $20.39 with the actual thing. The difference though is there's already taxes included in the price in Germany. The US limit how much money they can get laughs hysterically. Yeah, there's audio coming out. There's also for the German viewers. I'm not sure how other languages are treated, but there's a German translation of the book as well. Freedom. I will try my local bookstore. Yeah, definitely do this. That's probably good advice. But I don't know. Of course, like even though you have the conversion rate between dollar and euros, there's potentially different buy power to it. So maybe you mean that the buy power. I have no idea. But yeah, pretty nice. It has, in case people, no, I can't even tell you that because I don't have the physical copy yet, which comes in a few, I think tomorrow or Saturday. I'm not sure. From my perspective, it is already tomorrow, but let's not get into this. Let me just see if I find the page number in case people are interested. It's 352 pages. It is. The like with index and so on. People, Nature of Middle Earth has 440 pages. In case people are interested in that number as well. So it's a bit, it has 100 pages less, roundabout 90 pages, I'm not sure, can't do math on the fly, than Nature of Middle Earth. But therefore, it has artworks in it. Nature of Middle Earth has no artworks, at least my version has none. Which would also be surprising considering its new texts and so on. And strange texts at times. Lucky Germans. Is it out later for you guys in the United States? That would be unusual, like. What is this? It comes out at the 15th for you. Okay, so it's not out for the United States yet. That is unusual. I thought it would be a worldwide same day release. But I assume it's because because it's like Tolkien is a British author and writer, so maybe due to that. Very interesting. And yeah, Brian Sibley is also from the UK, right? From England. So I guess it kind of makes sense. The US release is 5 days later. So that's maybe why nobody is looking out for the book. But at least I could give you a good preview then from what is in the book. So kind of interesting to see. Yeah, that is also a possibility. I think I'm not sure who the publisher in the United States is. I know though that there were times where those were different. Yeah, it's William Morrow in the United States and it's HarperCollins in the UK and I think also in Germany. So that is why we already got the book. I mean, I got it in English anyway. So yeah, let's end the poll here. Very interesting data. 69% say maybe, 30% say yes. Nobody says no, so people are definitely interested, but they're not sure yet if it's worth it or not. Maybe it has not the highest priority because it has no new texts. There's also an audiobook of it available. It's read by, I think, Mr. Sibley, by Mr. Sibley and... No, it's Samuel West. Oh, Brian Sibley is also narrating. Okay, both. So Samuel West and Brian Sibley are narrating it. Yeah, it could also be the distribution system, right? Yeah, maybe it does the intro and so on. Definitely possible. Maybe what I could imagine in case, just thinking of it, I could imagine if they split up the reading between both of them. Let me just get my page here back. Where is it? Like, this text here is also written by Sibley, the comment, and this is written by Tolkien. So I could imagine that, for example, West reads all the Tolkien stuff and Sibley reads his own comment. That would be an interesting idea. Long stream, we're nearing 4 hours. Well, usually a long stream here is considered 8 hours or so. So it's not even close to be a long stream, I feel. I think it's a good length. And yeah, so there are a lot of other things I still want to do on this channel, but we already talked about that. If you still have not enough of Rings of Power, let me just double check. Maybe I know my video I uploaded today, which is the detailed analysis of episode 3 and also kind of a review. I know it won't get many views because people are kind of sick of the show and I don't know. But yeah, currently looking at the views numbers, it's kind of devastating, to be honest. It was still a lot of work to make. Also a lot of dislikes on the video, as always, which is always fun. But yeah, I don't know. It's sometimes a bit frustrating when it comes to this stuff. I would just love to see people watching my videos. It's always kind of fun. Especially when I do not Rings of Power related stuff. But yeah, it's I mean, currently people watching a lot my new videos, but usually seeing numbers this bad gives me really bad vibes, to be honest. But yeah, Who is Elrond is still very popular. Next video, as said, either the Galadriel one, but most likely the Who is Elrond one. I know I did a poll and asked for opinions, and it's also interesting to see what did people vote for. I think the vote is 60% want to see the next Galadriel video, only 40 want to see the next Elrond part, but I want to complete Elrond, so, and I already have written parts of it, so it's faster to produce the Elrond one next, I would suggest, and then potentially could maybe alternate between Elrond, Galadriel, Elrond, something like that. And then Elrond should be done, and then we focus on Galadriel. Maybe I do something about the Rings of Power, more Rings of Power videos, like not the show, but the actual artifacts, because I feel like the show established some misconceptions about the rings as well, which would be maybe interesting to cover in that regard. But yeah. Okay, dinner arrived. Yeah, I wish you a good one. Have a nice dinner. QVC rings. Yeah, the Galadriel video is pretty decent, I have to admit. Well, you can... I can recommend the part... I'm not sure if it's as funny as I thought it was. But at 49 minutes and 5 seconds in the video, I make, in my opinion, a decently funny joke. So, kind of the highlight of the video, I guess. Now you have to see it like this. I don't care about the Rings of Power viewers. I care about my regular viewers. Like I uploaded videos in the past before the show existed that got more views than what I currently got. So as a result, I simply hope that my not Rings of Power stuff related also get at least somewhat decent views, because else it gets problematic for me. Let's put it that way. Yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean by cringing some of the lore missteps. I can definitely relate to that. There were definitely some stuff hard to endure. Yeah, they might be right. Maybe people are just exhausted. Though I have to admit, people still watching my channel. Like my views, my overall channel views currently in the last 30 days are really good. But nobody watches my new stuff. That's kind of frustrating. Maybe I should stop making videos or so, because people don't watch the stuff anyway. No, it's probably wrong, but you know what I mean. It's sometimes a bit frustrating if you do cool content, especially like the book. Like some of my live streams, I just watch like crazy, like the VODs. I don't get it. Like the Nature of Middle Earth release stream has currently I don't know, gets really decent views considering it's like a over 1 year old VOD that's over 3 hours long. Same as this one here. So it's kind of strange that people watch the Nature of Middle Earth review stream, but not this one here. Maybe people watch the VOD afterwards. I don't know. I hope enough rambling here. Was still a very fun stream, and I appreciate everyone here in chat joining me and discussing this. Yeah, I of course definitely put a lot of effort into this stuff, but yeah, I don't know. I'm happy that people watch at least my old stuff, but I have no idea what's going on with the new stuff sometimes. Yeah, that is definitely a possibility. That it's kind of saturated. I don't know. Though, to be honest, I look a lot into number stuff and look at numbers of other channels, and I sometimes feel like it's basically rolling a dice, and I always lose. It's just the way working. Yeah, we will definitely get back to hearing more about Tolkien, but I have to say I still have to do a roundtable stream of episode 8, so that might come as well if I find the energy to organize it. Currently, it feels like I had enough of covering the show, so when it comes to that, it's currently a bit hard to get the motivation to just ask people. And I could imagine other people say, "Oh boy, not again, Chris, and talking 3 hours about the show with him, please." But maybe it has to be done. So, thank you for watching stream. That ends basically our analysis and review, my first impressions. I think Brian Sibley did a fantastic job. I like the book. It's probably good for new people who are not that deep into the lore to get a very good overview. And he also marked the difficult spots, but he also left some edge cases out of the book to probably make it not too complicated, because it is very complicated at times with all these work in progress texts that he has to use. And it's an interesting book for sure. I like the artwork. And for 20 euros, it's definitely worth its price. I guess it's also worth your $35 or whatever it costs, but I guess it's a better sell at 20 euros, I feel. But yeah, I like it. I might report back when I have my physical copy of it. But yeah, so far that is that. So what is next on this channel? This is a good question. Next is definitely who is Elrond or who is Galadriel. I expect who is Elrond. It's the most likely case. I might make another poll on this channel about using Rings of Power screenshots for example, Eregion or so. Not always, but at times. And how people feel about that, because I don't want to trigger people too much. And as Reflective Rambling said, it's really very sad to see that some people are so disappointed in the show that they are Didn't we already do Who is Elrond? I did it, yeah, it's part 9. We're at the year 2500. We have 500 years of the Third Age left, and then we are done with Elrond completely. And then we will have at the end an 8 to 9 hour long video that I will release as all-in-one version as well. And then we do another, I don't know how many hour videos about Galadriel. So, yeah, if you are also interested in the complete history of the Second Age, almost complete history of the Second Age in video form, I can also recommend Who is Elrond Part 2, which is also available on this channel. Currently very popular, I have to say. Very happy people like the video. Exclamation mark Elrond for the playlist, with all 8 so far released videos of it, which is always already over 7 hours long. Yeah, if you have the time, it's definitely long. The first 2 parts are, like, the first part is 2 hours 10, the second is 2 hours 47 or so. And yeah, then I only released 30-minute parts because I would go absolutely insane. Oh, thank you, much appreciated, Redwald. I'm not sure if I said your name correctly. I think it's Red. This sound. In German, I have the tendency to say instead of I don't know why that is, but yeah. It's definitely one of the most complex works I did on this channel. Very proud of it. There's a few mistakes in it, though. In the all-in-one version, one of the mistakes will be corrected. Cat. Yeah, it's still I have to in Old English. Yeah. It's an sound. It's more the R instead of the In German, we have a lot of words. We don't write them with like this. You can, but often we write them with the umlaut. But for example, the plural of apple would be Äpfel, but we don't say Äpfel, we say Äpfel. It's kind of strange. So yeah, very interesting. What else do I plan on this channel? That's a good question. We don't get the garnishes on our letters in English. Well, English and vowels is really a fascinating topic, though. Let me just think for a moment. So I need to make a lore video at some point that is not Elrond and not Galadriel. The problem is I covered so many topics already in those videos that it's kind of strange to make a video about something else. Like, I don't know, you know what I mean? I would like to make a video about the Blue Wizards at some point, like a little revisit, and maybe input a few information I know about. I made the a video about the 7 Rings of the Dwarves. I would like to make a really classic lore video about the book lore of the Rings of Power. Glorfindel, there is already a relatively detailed video. I don't feel the need to revisit the topic. I'm not sure if I have the link here, but the Dwarven Ring one is probably I don't have a command for Glorfindel for whatever reason. Doesn't look like it. Yeah, but you find it on this channel. It's a pretty good video. The 7 Rings of the Dwarves video I want to do one about the 9 rings and about the 3 rings. And about the 1 ring. Oh, I've watched the videos many times. Good. Yeah, something... This is definitely a topic I would like to visit again. Is there any other topic I had in mind? Yeah, there's also like I would like to maybe ask one of the Tolkien artists for like as to be a guest on a stream or something. I've watched them all. That is impressive, to be honest. But much appreciated. Thank you for your support, Great Grebo. Like Jenny Dolphin, or maybe we can get Ted Naismith. That would be awesome. Oh, Spielkalb is also here. Welcome. Nice to see you. Hope you are doing well. We are currently wrapping up the stream. I'm just thinking about what's next on the channel, except for who is Elrond, who is Galadriel. Besides that, that would be definitely an interesting stream that we might have. Yeah, I don't know. What else could there be? I would like to stream a bit more on Twitch again, play some video games. That would be nice for a little change. And I also want to do some stuff on the German channel, but yeah. That's basically it. But enough rambling here. I'm going into circles and we don't get anywhere. Don't want to waste your time here too much. I would say thank you people for watching. If you liked the video, press a like button. Leave me a comment. The live viewers for the VOD and the people watching the VOD, of course, as well. Subscribe if you aren't yet. And yeah, Monkey Island, for example, we could play on Twitch. History of the Elf Tribes. Interesting idea, but isn't it basically included in the Who is Círdan video? But yeah, something like this. So I wish you a fantastic rest of the day. Don't forget to do the YouTube stuff. See other channels. If you like the Rings of Power show, maybe check my Rings of Power content. And I'm very curious, in case people watch the review number of episode 3 for Rings of Power. I'm very curious what you would think of. Not that I want to do more videos like this, but like the length of it. Like, it's a very detailed video, in my opinion. It's over an hour long. I go through a lot of detail, and it was unsustainable in the time where the show aired. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm just very curious what people think about if you take so much time for an episode to discuss it and analyze it, break it down, look at all kinds of details and so on. Very curious what people think about. Is it too long? Would it be an interesting format for maybe for far future project who goes through every episode in this amount of detail or not? Something like that. I mean, in a way, we already have this in the stream analysis stream videos, but which are also available as VODs. But yeah, very curious what people might think. But again, thank you people for watching. I wish you a fantastic rest of the day and much fun watching videos on my channel or other channels. And shout outs to the other creators, of course. Thank you for watching. Till next time. Goodbye.